Let's do it. Ugh. YouTube. Yeah. So as the announcement stated, we got more snow. uh I was half tempted not to stream again today, just like I did yesterday. Uh I didn't really want to do that. But at the same time, it's like because I know that I'm not streaming tomorrow, I didn't really feel like going back into Ryza for a little bit today, and then not jumping in again until Tuesday next week. So I just wanted something lighter on the story element. I know there's a lot of lore in Blueprints. Like I haven't played Blueprints myself. I have watched streams of it. I watched Bear Taffy play it. I watched Daya play it recently. That's what got me back into it. I had a friend who played it when he came to visit not too long ago as well. But I've been putting it off myself. And the main reason why is because it'll be the case while I'm playing here as well. While I love theory crafting in games, and I do think Blueprints is a fantastic game. This is not a knock at Blueprints itself. This is, if anything is a problem in this situation, it's on me, not the game. But it's like I love thinking about, oh, how does everything put together, and I love like puzzling stuff out. But I don't take notes. So because the game itself doesn't keep anything, it's like you're supposed, like the game itself, it straight up tells you, hey, you should take notes about this. Not like necessarily an individual thing, but there is literally like in some rooms, there's literally stuff saying it's like, yeah, you should write down what you find, and you should, but I won't. And it's just because the last thing I would want is to have a notebook and then take it somewhere else, and then I go to play the game again and not have my notebook, and then have to go try and search for it. So it's like I prefer if it's all just in the game itself. The game would have been worse off had they done that. So the game was right not to do that. That's on me. That's not the game. That's on me. But that's what's pushed me away from actually checking the game out myself. But I really love the theory crafting in the game itself. That's right. I need to switch that to you. So it's like that's not me trying to like say it's like, oh, the game was wrong for making that decision. No, the game was absolutely right with the decision it made. Had they had notes in the game itself, had they taken resources away to make those choices, that you would be able to do that, the game would be worse off. So the actual creators of the game made the correct decision that they did to make the best game that they could. It's just how I will end up playing this game will make it a lot harder for me. It's like even like when I mentioned to my friends, they literally just look like, you're stupid for thinking that. It's like, yeah, I'm aware, but I'm gonna do it anyways. But it's like for that reason, I had like it's the same thing. It's like it's because I've always had a fairly good memory of remembering things. It's like people like if it wasn't for the fact that I have aphantasia, people actually think I have a photographic memory. It's like no, I don't. I can't picture anything in my face. It's just when I see something I've seen before, I remember that I've seen that before. But it's like for that reason, like I said, I have watched a few streams. There will be some like I don't know all of the different rooms, puzzles and stuff like that. But I do know some elements within the game. I've seen the end, as in, like, oh, well, I'll let this play for anyone that might be getting into Blueprints for the first time.
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in, and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
Blueprints. Okay. Yeah. So, Simon, who's us, welcome to Mount Holly. May not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you, nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission, covered in the fine print of my will, that I feel I should bring to your attention. No tools or items may be brought onto the estate from the outside. Tools and items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate, and you may not stay overnight. I don't suspect any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the successes of the previous day. One final word of advice. Do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. These grounds have provided me a home for the last half-century, and even I am uncertain of which room lies beyond any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads, abandon the path and go where you want it to lead. With all my love and wishes, best of luck, Herbert S. Sinclair. We have blueprint of the estate. Okay. So, when I said that, like, I've seen the end, what I mean is that I've seen what happens when you reach so the goal of this is we have to reach the antechamber, and if you notice, there's a door leading out on the other side. That is room 46. We have to be able to reach that room within the number of steps we have in a day. So it's like we have 50 steps in one day. I have seen that. I have seen part of the next, like, that is the end, but it's also, as you would expect in this type of game, kind of the beginning. That there's a whole lot of other stuff that happens after that. And I've seen what the next step entails. I don't know what happens or how to resolve that next step entirely. I have not seen that. But for that, I'm going to try and avoid a lot of sequence breaks in this game as I'm playing, because like I have like all of the rooms. So it's like I'll go. It's like I will be going out there shortly, but I'll show you. It's like basically what the goal is while you're in this room. It's like there's in this room itself there are 3 doors. You can go up to a door, and you will have a choice between 3 different rooms to draft in this location. So it's like if you see down in the bottom right, we can either put the hallway, which will continue further to the left as well as to the north, the bedroom, which will just go to the north, or in this case the closet, which will block off this door and we can't go further this way, but will give us 2 items. So we could choose any of these. In this case, I'll pick the hallway. And then the door will be able to be open. And then you'll be able to go into this room. I'm not going in right now. And then you can do the same further. With the end goal trying to get up to that antechamber. As a warning, but again, for anyone who might be completely new to this, the antechamber door, like those, like the door on the left, the south, and the right, are all locked. That they're closed. Even if we get a door that goes into that room, it won't necessarily be opened unless we get a clue to have that open. In the case of those 2 rooms that we had right there was no puzzles. It's also the same here, unfortunately. But I will draft the den. At least no puzzles that I know of. It's possible there might be something in here that I'm unaware of. Okay, there's nothing on this side either. Considering we have the den up above, we don't necessarily need the bedroom to go up, so I'll use the closet here. Okay, I will walk in here. But from here we got a key. Wait. Oh, we got a silver key. Okay. I just thought it was a regular key. That's a unique item. And a die. What the die does is whenever we try to redraft a room, we can re-roll the choices that we have. So if like I didn't like any of those 3 choices we had, I can choose to re-roll them. There are also consumables. So it's like in the den, when we go in there was a gem. Some rooms will require gems in order for us to draft those. There's also regular keys. Like we got a silver key, which is a special key in itself. Yeah. Unlocking a door with the silver key will lead to a room with many doors. So what this means is, I believe, either guaranteed or a higher chance of having a room with either at least 2 other exits or all 3. Depending on where you draft it. So it's like, every now and then when you try to open a door, it'll be locked, and you will need to spend a key to use it. If we use the hallway as the example in the bottom left, it won't be locked because the doors at the early end don't tend to be locked. They become more locked later on in the run. But let's say that the door heading to the left was locked. and we use the silver key, because it's at the edge of the estate, it will still only have the one door going up. It can't have any adjustments beside that, simply because it's the edge of the estate. You cannot have a door going to the outside. With one exception, which will be obvious when we see it. If we use that key going up from the hallway, to basically right next to the den, the silver key would likely have all 4 entrances open. If there's one available. Which, at this early, it likely would be. But, like, let's say we went to the left, and then we had a path going up. Left from the hallway, and we had a path going up, and then we tried to build, basically, the 2 slots to the left of the den, and we use the silver key, we'd have a door going up, and then to the right. But, like I said, before doing that, I'm going to avoid as many sequence breaks as I can. How do I run? Okay. I was gonna say, I'm moving very slow. But I will definitely make one exception for this. And the reason why is I want to make sure I don't break anything too well. By the way, this is our campsite, so at the end of the day, this is basically where we're sleeping. We're not sleeping in the manor. But if you notice, there's this apple grove here. It's locked. Now it's unlocked. So, the way to get the code from that is there's a room in the estate called the Dark Room. Which by default, it's like for those who are unaware, a dark room is what is used in photography in order to develop photos that were made with film. In that photo, this tree existed and had the code written on the tree, and then they had cut down the tree later so you wouldn't see it here. But the reason why I want to do that now, instead of waiting, is because the main thing you get when you open this door is an extra 20 steps a day. So while that is definitely sequence breaking because my character wouldn't know this at this point, it's one of those things like, okay, it's sequence breaking in a way that helps the runs until we would get that point. And it's not anything plot-wise that's sequence breaking. Because it's just a 4-digit code, you could very easily just sit at that at that gate, trying every single combination until you get the correct one. So I don't mind doing that. The other thing that I will do right now, while I'm here, if I remember, this one. Okay. Oops. Okay. So this turns on one of the pillars. We need to turn all 4 of these on at some point. They're found in different locations throughout the estate. And then I'll show the garden logbook. When I first came onto the estate in the capacity of the new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, and no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms of the house under my care. His care. As a result of this improvidence, in the first few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. To that end, I'll make an effort to make some record of my dealings of the estate, in as much as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery. From Robert Nogula, the groundskeeper. Current groundskeeper, I believe, because there's no end date for this. Among my many commissioned duties, I have been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from gate to gate and encompasses the apple orchard, which we're in, entrance drive, and east yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the west grounds has not been a priority since Lady Epstein's death and the ensuring closure of the west wing. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so I still endeavor to brush the west path weekly, even if none but myself take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these, I discovered, are only draftable on the perimeter of the house, along the east and west wings. The terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, and secret gardens all fall within this category. The soil survey. One of the first tasks I undertook as groundskeeper was to conduct a survey of the various plots of soil underneath each slot on both the east and west wings of the house. And while I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots of the house, it was clear that the inconvenience such an undertaking would produce was in no way worth the extra data, especially considering the rooms that would benefit from the survey only ever appear in the wings. So what that is saying, green rooms, which are the ones mentioned here, the terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, and secret gardens, you can only draw on the edges of the estate. You cannot draw them within the internal. To quantify soil quality, I measured the soil's capacity to support crop growth and maximize the promise of high yields. The survey ended up taking 2 weeks due to some difficulty reaching the higher ranks, but the project was well worth the effort. As suspected, the room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread from gardens and the amount of flowers that can bloom in a greenhouse. So, okay, it doesn't say further, but so when he's saying flowers are the main way that we'll get gems throughout this. Green rooms will almost always have gems. The where on the sides the green rooms are placed will determine how many gems we could potentially get from said flowers. So it's like, if we looked on the left, if we had a green room on the second slot from the bottom, we are unlikely to get anything. If we had it one higher, we are almost assuredly going to get, specifically like the green room, if we had that one step higher, we'll likely get a lot of gems. I also believe, because there's dig spots where you can have, you can find turnips, which turnips will give you 6 extra steps. I believe, and I could be wrong about this, that the richer the soil, the higher the chance that a turnip will be there. Like I said, I could be completely wrong on that. But I believe that is the case. Even if that's not the case, I do believe the richer the soil, the more dig spots will likely be there. I'm pretty positive on that interaction, at least. Even if it's not the turnips themselves. Okay, smudge pots. A few years ago, the Baron made the long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, as almost every room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wiring. Thankfully, these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and equipment used outside of the house are still connected and powered by gas line, including, but not limited to, the orchard's smudge pots. The smudge pots found along the apple trees here in the orchard are a critical necessity thanks to the cold temperatures and high altitude of the estate. These gas-burning stacks heaters prevent frost and should be kept on during the winter months to ensure a daily yield of apples. When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard's gas line should be turned off to conserve resources for the estate's other gas-powered machinery and appliances. That's just letting you know about the switch that we made before. It doesn't matter, as far as I can tell, throughout the rest of the game, whether these are... Like, once you flip this on to turn that torch on at the front, you don't... As far as I know, you don't have to touch it ever again. Maybe something happens later on that I'm not aware of, but I believe that that's the case. That's just lore reason for why it was off. After a few months of idleness, I finally have a new Cars to Champion, and I've submitted a request for a change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Orinda, currently in the cloister, with the much more appropriate angel, Rinna. After all, as beautiful as the statue is, shouldn't the greenery of Mount Holly be governed by the paragon of gardening? Though amused, I do not think Anne took the request too seriously, though she did humor me and listen to me rave and pontificate on the subject for the better part of our lunch yesterday. And she wonders why I avoid tending the cloister. Truth be told, I've forgotten how to access the inner girth, and am too scared of chastisement to probe for the particulars for a third time. My best rendition, pretty good considering I have only ever seen Rinna's depiction in the chapel. So what this is saying is, there is a room called the cloister. It's a green room. And the inner part of it you cannot access by default. We now know that is the case. So how I am treating this, because we now have the information that there is a way to get in there, when I draw the cloister, I will just go in. Because, like, okay, my character now knows this, that. We can fiddle around trying to find the solution. There is a better clue for this elsewhere in the estate, but we'd have to draw that other room in order to get it. But that's the level of secret breaking I will do. Because, again, it doesn't really affect the story or the plot or anything, as far as I know. So I don't see a reason to hold on to that and just make our runs a little bit harder. Again, because, like I said at the beginning, I won't be taking notes. So that's all we know we can do here right now. I will say I do know that there's one other thing that we can do here. We won't be doing that for a very long time. In fact, chances are the only way we will be doing that is if I come back to this on another day. I highly doubt we'll reach the point where we'll have that interaction. So if you notice, that is where the torch is lit. It's down there. I'm not going to go down there because it will take another step, and we have nothing to gain from going down there besides just seeing that clearer. But that's where the torch was lit. We need to light the other three. Okay. That's all we can do out here. I will... I guess... I'll go to the den first. Grab the gem. Yeah. So as far as they know, there's no puzzle in here, with the exception of these portraits. So these portraits will be in every single room you drop. So it's like I didn't really look at them out there, but they are in the main one as well. There's that picture with is an ace of spades, and then there's another one over here which is a queen. And then in the case of here, you have a bridge and a bride. So I said queen there, but it's like the idea is actually ace and face. That I'm going to be ignoring itself for the general one. I'll show you where we got that information of what that means once we get there. But essentially, what those do is every single room in the estate location base, not room base. So right now we have the den here. If the hallway was here, it would be the same photos that are currently in the den. It will not, and then if the den was in the hallway location, then that location would have the same pictures that the hallway currently has. Basically what the idea is, like, you're supposed to look at the two photos. So in this case, it was Bridge and Bride. And you realize that, okay, Bridge, if you take the G out of Bridge, you have Bride. And then it's the same with Ace and Face. If you take the F out of Face, you have Ace. That's all it is. And then by doing that for every single room in the estate, you will spell out something that will help with another puzzle later on. I know what the solution to that is. So I'm not really going to focus on that too much. But I'm also not going to give you guys the answer to that. So that is something, if you want to learn, you're best off playing by yourself. Okay, so here, we can use the pantry, reconnect to the hallway. We don't necessarily have to do that. The pantry gives us 4 coins. It also will generally have a food item to give us additional steps. We use the bedroom, which goes back down as well. Which is technically a free room for us to go in. Because when we go in, we gain 2 steps, and then we can go out. So it costs 1 step to go in, 1 step to go out. It's just free. Or we can do the storeroom to give us a key and a second gem. Or we could redraw. I'm gonna go with storeroom. Okay. Let's grab those. Yeah, let's go this way first. Okay, so go use the parlor, but it's a technically dead end. Guest bedroom is also dead end, or we can use the spare room to continue forward. Let's go with spare room. There's nothing in here. Okay. So we could use the drawing room to get down below, but if you notice, that's what I was talking about before. It will use one of our gems to use this drawing room. Or we could use the nook to go up and gain a key, cutting off that bottom corner. Or the bedroom in the same way, but it's a free step. I think I'm going to go with the nook. Because we don't necessarily have to go down to the bottom. I don't really want to spend my gems right now. Okay. But yeah, if you notice here, there's a picture of a car and a cart. So in this, this room's picture puzzle answer is a T. Okay. And then, what I was saying before, this is the game saying, hey, it's like a journey noteworthy. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, scrap of paper, or perhaps, most fittingly, a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool you will not regret having beside you on your journey. This is literally the game saying, hey, keep notes. And I'm ignoring it. If you play this game, it's in your best interest to not ignore that and to take notes. I'm just going to. Consider it my penance for knowing at least half of the solutions to this game already. Okay. I kind of want a room that has 2 doors. So I'm gonna redraw. Okay. This is a pretty good place for the chapel. So I haven't really been touching on the colors of the rooms. If you look at the bottom, most of the rooms we've drawn so far are blue. Those are just base rooms. They don't really have any special connection between the different rooms. There's the orange/brown rooms of hallways. So we had the actual hallway there, and then there's the corridor. That they will always have at least 2 entrances. So the door you're going from, and then one other one, usually on the complete opposite side. A lot of them also have them going to the sides as well. But I believe there is another aspect of that I will hold off to mentioning until we see the room where that matters. There's purple rooms like this, which are the bedrooms of the house. So we've seen the bedroom twice, which has 2 entrances, like 1 entrance, 1 exit. And then we have this nursery here, which just has the 1 entrance. A lot of the bedrooms will only have the 1 door, so they will almost always be dead ends like the nursery here. Not all. There's a couple of exceptions. But the main reason that matters is for ones like the nursery here, where whenever you draft a bedroom, including itself, but it means going forward as well. So if we drafted the bedroom after this point, we would gain 5 steps. Just even whether we go into the room or not, we will gain those 5 steps. So bedrooms usually care about having other bedrooms. Red rooms, like this, generally have a negative. So in this case, the chapel, whenever we go into this room, we lose a coin. We can't go negative, so if we're not at 0, it doesn't matter. But whenever we try to go through this room, we will have that negative. I mentioned the dark room earlier, where like the lights are off and you had to find a way to turn it on in order to solve that puzzle that was outside. That's another of the red rooms. And then we saw the lavatory as an option to draft, which that one is just a dead end. All things considered, that one's not really that bad. It's just, there's not really ever a reason to have it, besides because the main punishment is like, oh, this is the end. You can't go past here. But yeah, in this case, we'll go with chapel so that we have multiple ways that we can go. Okay. But what I will show, the puzzle for this room is these portraits. So if you notice, each portrait has a number beneath them. So it's like this one's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In this room right now, that means nothing. But you need to remember those orders for something else. But I'll mention what that something else is when we run into it. Let's go this way first. Okay. So, we have a new color here. Yellow. The yellow rooms are always stores. So in this case, it's the kitchen, where we get this room. We can buy food in this location to give us extra steps. It costs a gem to place. We currently have no money. So we did get the guest bedroom there. So it's like that. When you enter it, you'll gain 10 steps. And then you have the corridor. Corridors, as I said, is always left unlocked. So a lot of times you want to save this for later. Because like I mentioned before, the deeper you get into the house, the closer you get to the antechamber, the more likely a room will be locked. So if you can save this for higher up, it means you don't have to worry about the door being locked. You can just always go through. I'm going to place the kitchen. I'm not going to enter it right now, because we don't have any money to use it. But this will let us store the corridor for later in the house if we need it. Just seeing if there's any like food or something that we can get for free. I just realized. I don't think... Does the chapel not have portraits? I might have to keep an eye on that for the other red rooms. If red rooms also don't have portraits. I don't know if that's the case. I just went to try and look if there was that, and there's not. Oh yeah, another thing that every room will have, they'll have these chess pieces. I'm not going to mention what that does. Again, that's going to be something that'll be a lot later. And I don't even fully know the solution for that. I just have an assumption of what it is. Okay. So yeah, this is the green rooms that we mentioned outside. The one issue with... So it's like this... The greenhouse specifically makes it more likely for us to draft green rooms. Which isn't a bad thing in general. The main issue with this one specifically, though, right now, is it would cost our only gem in order to draft it. I believe either... At least the majority, if not all green rooms, cost gems to draft. They generally give you gems when you draft them. So they tend to semi-pay for themselves. But right now, it would use only one. And if there is no gem in this room, it would actually make it harder to get into those rooms. As well as it being a dead end. That being said, both the bedroom and the parlor just open to the left. Which we can already have access via the kitchen. Okay, I'm going to use my gem here. This might be a mistake. But I'm going to get the green room. And my reason was because I was hoping there would be a shovel. So a shovel looks like it could be useful for digging. In various rooms of the house, you'll see these dig spots. Mostly just in green rooms, to be fair. But when you dig this, you can find items like keys. You can occasionally find coins. And then there's... like I said before, turnips, which can give you more steps. In this case, we just got a coin and a key. You know, there's this lever here. This is to open one of the doors to the antechamber. So specifically in this case, it's the southern door that this will open. We can't pull it, though, because the handle itself is busted. So we have to find that handle somewhere. It's not in this room. Theoretically, it could be in this room, but it's not right now. At least I think it could be dropped here. It might not be. Right, the music puzzle. I don't remember what this is for. I know how to solve it. So if you notice on this one, this is page 5. There's 8 pages, I believe. But if you read the actual thing, there's certain words that are going to be bold on each one. In this case, it's specifically the word sheets at the bottom. When you've seen all 8 pages, you look at the bolded words and it spells a sentence to give you some information for something. I don't remember what this is for, though. But that seems to be all that's in this room right now. Okay. And we got one coin. Chapel's gonna take it. But yeah, like I mentioned before, we can buy food here. So bananas we'll give you 3 steps every time you buy one. They cost 2. We can purchase this up to 5 times. You can tell by the number of bananas that are on the table. So each time you purchase one of these, the number of bananas on the table will go down. You can get the club sandwich, 15 steps, costs 8. You can only purchase this once. Bacon and eggs, 10 steps, adds morning room to the draft pool, so we can now draft that room if we were to buy that. And the most important thing right now is the main course. The main course is not something you buy in the kitchen. So the main course is served only in the dining room. So in order to get this, we need to find the dining room and draft it. This will give us 20 steps when we get that food, but we'll get an extra 10 if we have an aquarium before we eat it. What this means is if we have the opportunity to draft the aquarium, we will probably be more likely to want to draft it, as it will give us that extra advantage. So that could be a decision for what we decide to draft at a given point. Importantly, though, when it comes to the food, in order to actually eat, let's say we drafted the room that we're going to enter right above the kitchen here, and it happens to be the dining room, we won't actually gain access to the food in the dining room until we reach row 8. So we have to get up to this row first in order to get that food. So we'd have to reach this level in order to get that food, which means if we draft it here, we'd have to go all the way up and then all the way back. That could matter for where we decide to place. So I don't think we could, because the dining room is going to be a room like the den where it has 3 doors. But let's say like we could draft it here next to the storeroom. We probably wouldn't want to draft it that early, because by the time we get up here, in order to get those extra steps, we'd have to walk all the way back, get those steps, and then continue up. So, generally speaking, you'll want to draft the dining room probably somewhere in the middle of the house, like around these 6 spots, I would say. Personal opinion. Others would likely vary. But I would probably think like something in like this location. Just so that it's central in the house, so that wherever you are, you can always go there relatively quickly. But for now, that doesn't matter. But like I said, the main thing to look at there currently is we know we probably want to draft an aquarium. Okay, so yeah, this is what I was talking about for the greenhouse. It's like courtyard. A courtyard would be great here. We don't have any gems. The guest bedroom would give us 10 extra steps, but it'd mean the only path we'd have going forward would be at the hallway at the bottom. So I'm gonna have to use my corridor here. The porch is here. You have a tree and a match. What is the answer to this one? Okay. The answer to this is E. Based off the puzzle. I'm trying to remember what that is. Fire fur. That's what this one is. So it's like F-I-R, F-I-R-E. Drop the E, you have fur. But there's nothing else in here. Cloister. Don't have gems. Okay, so we can either go parlor to the right or bedroom to the left. Either way, we only have one. Left is arguably more open, so we'd have more chances to have rooms to go further. But we don't have gems. So the parlor specifically will give us gems if we solve the puzzle that we have. So it's like any room that has that puzzle piece in there always has a puzzle that will exist every single time you enter the room. I think I know of two. There might be a third that I'm forgetting. But I'm going to go parlor because we have the higher chance of green rooms. This will give us gems. And what we do, we read here, Dear Herbert, it was a great honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the Oldhams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it had been quite a while since we had been seen in decent society, and we were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. I have no delusion that my company is rival to hers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles, and I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game I had played some years back, involving 3 boxes of different colors. You had pressed me to write with the particulars of this game when I found the time, and I've included with this letter all the details you will need to share with guests should you be inclined to play this confounding game. Always your friend, M. Lowry. So the rules of the game: there will always be at least one box which displays only true statements. There will always be at least one box displaying only false statements, and only one box has a prize within. The other 2 are always empty. So what that means, you have these 3 chests here. At least one of these will tell the truth. At least 2 will be... at least 1 will be false. Depending on the puzzle itself, 2 could be true, 1 could be false. 2 could be false, 1 could be true. But no matter what, at least 1 will be true, 1 will be false. It's just we don't know about the last one. In addition, in one of these chests, there will be gems. Always, only 1. There will never be one with 2. There will never be a puzzle where 2 of these have gems. The key we picked up on that table will allow us to open one of these boxes. We only get the one chance to use it. If it gets wrong, we don't get gems. If it gets right, we do. So in this case, the box that claims to be black has the gems. So this box claims to be black. According to itself, it has the gems. This box is the blue box. This box is white. We know for a fact this one has to be false. So these other 2 could both be true. This one is definitely false. This box is the black box. This is also false. So because we know these 2 are false, this one has to be true. Even though this box claims to be... is black, it is not claiming to be black. Which means the answer to this puzzle has to be blue. And according to this box, which we know is true because these 2 are false, the box that claims to be black has the gems, so the gems will be in here. Okay. So now, if we draft a green room, we'll actually be able to go in. And if you notice, like, chess pieces again, I haven't been focusing on them too much because it'll be a very long time if we focus them. This room has a black pawn. Okay. So we can go through here. Okay. So no matter... Oh, actually, no. The patio actually isn't dead end, so we probably want to go there. Normally, I would actually probably prefer the terrace in this situation. Because this means that we could get 3 green rooms without worrying about needing gems. But the issue with that is then we'll still be at the problem that we had before, where now the only path that we would have would be the hallway at the bottom. Like I said, lavatory, red room, dead end. As far as I know, you get nothing for getting this room. So we don't want that. It would definitely be between these two. The patio will give us at least one gem in itself. It will actually also spawn a gem in the greenhouse. So if we went back to the greenhouse, we would get a gem from there as well. So this pays for itself. We just have to do some extra steps. Importantly, though, this also has us going upward. I do like the terrace more, but in this situation, I don't want to have us down to just a single path. So we'll go with the patio. Okay. Yeah. There's the gem. Again, paying for itself. Occasionally, you may discover small mounds of dirt in certain rooms of the estate. With the shovel, one may be able to excavate these suspicious dig spots. We got the shovel already. We already figured that out. But that allows us to dig through these. Nothing there. It's just random tin can. And a coin. Okay. So that's all we can do in here for now. So yeah, this is what I was talking about before, where we need, because we're getting later in the estate, in order to enter that room, we need to have a key. So we have 3 regular keys. We also have the 1 silver key. If we use the silver key, assuming it can even be used on the sides, it should give us a door to the left and up in a room like that. If we use a regular key, it could be a dead end or a room that just goes to the left or just up. Because we're down to only one other path, I think I do want to use my silver key here. If it'll let me. It will. Okay. Okay. So. This is a choice. Conference room. So because of the patio, every time we drop a green room, there will always be a gem in it now. Because of the patio itself. What the conference room does is, if we had this place first, and then we draft a green room, all the gems will go here instead of to the respective rooms. So it means that rather than having to go throughout the estates to grab the stuff, we can just go to this one room. The dining room will give us the extra steps once we get to rank 8, like I mentioned before. So that's something to consider. But we also have the aquarium, which, because of the kitchen, we know we want this for the dining room anyways. If you notice the border of the aquarium, it's every color. This counts as every single room. So, because the patio spreads gems to the green rooms, a gem will be placed in here. If we had something that cared about bedrooms, like the nursery that we saw before, this would count as a bedroom, so it would give us those 5 steps. If there's something that counts red rooms, this counts as a red room. Same with orange and yellow, though I don't think there's anything that cares about those, but in case there were. Yeah, I'm going to draft the aquarium. Okay. We didn't actually get the gem here. I thought we would. Old shoe. Nothing there. So here. Can't fish. This shows different rooms in the estate, all underwater. But we can't really see what that does at the moment. So let's continue. Okay. I wouldn't mind that. We can't use it right now. The utility closet ends. Theoretically, there is a reason for us to have that. But we haven't run into any of that situation yet, and we don't have the actual room where it matters, so I'm going to draft the bedroom instead. Since it doesn't block us off Okay. So this is a chest. These will randomly show up throughout the things. They cost a key to open. Inside is usually just some other consumables. So you could spend a key and get 2 keys back. Or you can get like 2 coins or a gem or something like that. I think the ivory dye for rerolls can also be in them. Okay, nothing there. Seems to be all that's in here. We do have 3 keys. We have a higher chance of green rooms. If we go through that door, it's possible that the cloister might be there, which we know costs 3. So I will spend a key here in the hopes of getting gems. We did. Okay, so now if we draw the cloister there, we can actually go into the cloister. It is locked as well. That's the risk of it. Okay. So this courtyard only goes down. I wish it was facing the other way. Because we could already go down through the aquarium. The secret passage. You can kind of see it on the bookshelf in the actual picture itself. They have different colored books. And which book you decide determines the colored room you'd go on the other side. It will always go straight in this room. So it'll open up, in this case, directly below the antechamber. That's where it would be placed. Importantly, so it's like mentioning about the green rooms. If you notice here, both the courtyard and the secret passage costs a gem. As I mentioned before, I'm pretty sure all green rooms cost gems. There might be 1 or 2 that don't, that I'm forgetting. If there's ever a situation where all 3 options cost gems, the one on the left is free. It's just so the game is like, okay, well, you're not... Because you have to pick one of these in order to continue. If all these cost gems and you had none, then you would basically be soft locked. Because you can't even back out of this screen. And it's like, okay, I don't actually want to draft these. You have to draft one of these right now. Which means, if you take the green room here, and you get the cloister on the left, you can get the cloister for free rather than paying the 3 gems. The courtyard almost always has dig spots. I think it might actually always have dig spots. Which could, like I said, could give us turnips and stuff like that. But I think I want the secret passage here. Because like I said, we already have a way down from the aquarium. So we can already enter that room below. So we're basically just going to the left anyways. The pantry goes up. That would be a consideration. But I want this, again, because for that reason that I mentioned about drafting a green room for free. Okay. So yeah, it's like here, if we choose this one, we'll get an orange room, green room, bedroom, red room, or shop. We obviously don't need a shop because we don't have any, like we have 1 money. We can't afford to buy anything. Red rooms are usually bad, so we don't really want that. Bedrooms usually to dead end, so I don't really want to do that at this point. The hallways is usually good. We've already used the corridor. So there are a few other things that we could have in that location. So yeah. Puzzle here. We have a fan. We have flan. So it's L for this room. But let's go into a green room. And I'm hoping we can get the cloister for free. Which we did. Yes, so that's what I was mentioning before. Because all of these cost gems, the one on the left is free. I'm surprised we got the aquarium, considering we already had an aquarium. In the case of the dining room, I don't believe these stack. So it's not like we'll get plus 20 for having 2 aquariums. I could be wrong with that. I'm not going to test it. Because in this case, I definitely think we want the cloister. because it'll give us the most options in order to continue, and it's free. Okay, so no dig spots. Okay, so there's not really a reason to go inside here, but if we saw in the orchard, there is a way that we could get inside. Normally, there's dig spots inside here that we can go grab. This is, it's like, you notice it turned into a hand. That's the solution. You just have to hover your mouse over those, which you likely would as, like, while looking around anyways. So that's why it's like, I don't mind breaking that, because it's very easy to just accidentally figure out how to do that. What that does is it gives us an allowance token. So now, every single day, we'll start with 2 coins. It doesn't really mean much, but we'll always start with the 2. And we'll get this note, just for lore. Mr. Nogula, who's the gardener. If you're reading this, it seems the day has finally come, and the cloister is at long last getting some much overdue maintenance. I have left you a little token of appreciation to serve as positive reinforcement, which should grant you a bit of extra spending money each day while working on the estate. We have learned from our dealings with your predecessor that it is much cheaper in the long run to be generous. Mrs. Babbage, who's the head nurse. Not nurse, maid. So we just stole the gardener's allowance. Is what happened there. But yeah, that's all we can really do here. This is one of the things that I don't know the solution to, or even if it matters. This has those letters here, CXET. I don't know what those are for. I haven't seen that far, but I know if we are to get that, it'll likely be a future session, not today. Oh. 1 second. I have a bot. Again, Twitch, if you're already monitoring them because they're restricted and a suspicious user and thought of as ban evasion, maybe don't let them to actually send text messages to chat. Like, still have them send it, but have them go to like a personal Twitch location so that it's on your side. You can check the message, okay, yeah, this is one, ban them, so that it's never going to chat itself in case they do manage to get someone before they get reported, because then they don't even have that option of it happening. Okay, ban them. Bring back up. Okay. It's door. Okay. So, oh, this is actually not the door. I thought we were. I thought I was going north. So the passageway would give us the most options. But use 2 of our gems. Pantry would only go down. Guest bedroom is the dead end. Maybe regret that, but I'll take the passageway. I'm not going through there just yet, though, because I thought I was going through this door. It's locked. I don't know if I want to use my last key. That's also locked. Okay, let's check through the passageway. Locked. Locked. Not locked. Okay. So if we enter the weight room, this is a really bad red room, we lose half our steps. So I don't know if it rounds up or round down, but we'll basically be down to either 12 or 13 steps if we take that. But benefit, it goes to all different locations. Laundry room's a dead end. So it says launder's currency is technically a shop because you use money to do this. But what you could do is, let's say I had 8 gems. And I had taken the veranda, I think it was, that makes it so that green rooms no longer cost gems. Which means I don't need gems that much. There's also something you can get, I don't remember exactly how, but like basically makes it so that you never have to spend gems. You can just spend steps instead. But it means, let's say I have 8 gems, nothing that I will ever need to spend it on. What launder currency lets you do is it can allow you to convert those gems to either coins or keys. And it's the same with the other way around. So let's say I had 10 keys and I didn't think I needed the keys for anything. I can convert the keys to gems or coins. As well as your coins into either gems or keys. So it works all 3 ways. Right now, I don't have enough of any of them to matter. It's a dead end. I don't want a dead end. I'm going to use the courtyard. This should give us a gem back. As well as have 2 exits without costing half our steps. But we are now possibly out of keys. Oh, sorry, out of gems. And I don't think you can get gems from Dig Spot. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Okay. So. That's fun. 6 steps is nice. If you notice, the other 2 doors in this room, we need a key code. So, even though we have a key, we cannot go through either of those rooms. That is also more likely to happen the deeper into the house you have, just like regular keys. That is the reason that you want... So, it's like before, when we drafted this bedroom, we had an option for a breaker room. That's what you would want the breaker room for. Because you can flip a switch so that those doors will always be open when the power is off, which you can turn off with the breaker room. You need another room as well to help with that. I'll mention that once we get that room. But because we don't have either of those rooms or a key card, we can't go through either of these doors right now. Fun. Okay. So, I don't think I want to go to the left from this room. I know we're gonna have to spend our last key, because all the doors that we have up here, unless we were to go all the way back to the aquarium, in which case then we still might need to spend the key there, or all the way down to the hallway. But I don't think I want to go to the left, because the room I want to draw there would be a green room, and especially because we have the green house, we are more likely to draw green rooms. And we don't have gems at the moment. So I want to hold off on going there. It's just, do I want to go north here or north at the antechamber? Well, south of the antechamber, I mean like north of the cloister, heading towards the antechamber. And I think I want that one. This is going to be our last key. Okay. So, we can't get the nursery, even if we wanted to. Dead end. At least continues to the right. This does mean, so if you remember in the greenhouse, we had the option to open the door south of the antechamber. We'd need to find the lever in order to get it to work, though. So we couldn't flip that. by placing this pantry here, we can now no longer get through that south door because this doesn't have an exit going towards it. Which was the main reason why I was holding off pulling at that room for as long as I could. Yeah, we're going to have to do that now. We do get money. Bridget, please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. That's us. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. The enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. So those 4 coins was the extra from the shopping trip. And then we get an orange. This orange will give us 5 steps. Okay, so yeah, that's locked. We need a key to get through there. We can't. So until we get another key, we're stuck at the north here. That door was locked. Try this door. It was also locked. So we're going to have to go all the way back. So because we're going to lose a coin anyways, heading into the chapel, I am going to buy 2 bananas. Just to give us those extra steps. It might not matter. But it's just, we won't really be able to keep going this path north anyways unless we get another key, which you have to go all the way down to the hallway to potentially do, and hope that that doesn't lead to a dead end. But the other reason why I want to do that now is because we did spread gems in the different rooms, so I wanted to grab this. So it's 1 extra step. So that banana basically paid for us being able to do that. Go this way. Okay. And I'm very glad I grabbed that gem, because if not, our run would have 100% been over right now. Because these 2 are dead ends. Every other door is locked. There's a chance we can get a key in the guest bedroom, I think. But I don't think you can ever find anything in the laboratory. We want to have a path going north, so the commissary is the only option that we have. And we needed a gem for that. Okay. So this is how you were supposed to tell the picture puzzle. So in this case, it's dessert and desert. So this room answer is S, because like with dessert, without desert. There's 1 extra S in dessert. The commissary will be closed from days 12 to 16. That's what that says. Staff notice, effective the first week of December, payroll for all live-out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically, as your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call. It is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminals on the estate. 2 of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. So we know that there's now 2 rooms that we haven't seen, security and lab. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house manager, Mrs. Babbage. And then the password to go into the terminal has been crossed off. But here, again, we don't have any money. But if we did, we could buy 1 gem for 3 coins, 4 gems for 10, a sledgehammer, which what the sledgehammer lets you do, that chest that we spent a key on, we could now open with the sledgehammer instead. As well as running shoes, which what these do is every time you enter a room, you have a chance for it to not take a step. But you obviously need money for those. We have none. Even if we didn't buy those bananas, the only thing we'd be able to get right now would be the 1 gem. So we don't really have anything there. On this lets us know that on day 20 and 21, we're currently on day 1, but if the game was to go that long, all the items in the store would be 50% off, which means rather than the sledgehammer costing 8, it would cost 4. But that's all that's in here. And our run is likely done. If we had money and the gem, locksmith would allow us to get keys to go to the north. Bunk room, this counts as 2 bedrooms. So let's say we had that nursery, rather than getting the 5 steps, we would get 10. As well as any items that spawn in this room, we will get 2. So if a gem spawned in here, we'd get 2 gems. If a key spawns in here, we get 2 keys. Boudoir is one of the rare bedrooms that has a secondary exit. This one, unfortunately, goes to the storeroom, which doesn't continue our run. So, there is another puzzle in Boudoir that we can do right now to progress stuff that way. But the chances of getting a key in the Boudoir is low. And if it does, it would only give us the 1 key. Our run is likely over. We'll likely have to move on to the next day. I'm going to take the bunk bedroom, though, on the slim chance that a key spawns here, because then we'll have 2 keys. So we'll have the highest chance to continue our run going north. But chances are there won't be a key in here and our run will be over. Nope. We just got 2 bananas. Oh. Metal detector. Please be a key, not a coin. Ah, it's a coin. Damn it. You got my hopes up. And again, it's like, this room also has a black pawn, and because it's the bunk room, there's 2. We also have the pet hamster. Yeah. Title. Okay. So here we have a little kid's notebook. Today is a good day because Simon is at camp and he is not as much fun as my friends. I will not have to share my toys and I will not have to share my room and I will not have to share my snacks. Having a younger brother is not always much fun as they told me it would be, but today will be a good day because he is at camp. Herbie is mean and really stupid, and today is a good day because I threw away his airplane. I also had more fun at camp than he has had in his entire life. Today is a good day because I got my brother in trouble for reading my private journal without my permission, and writing mean things in it too. He also threw my model airplane in the bushes outside, but I got it back, and if he does it again, he will not get to go to the park on Friday, and I will make sure he gets no presents for his birthday. I don't need any presents because I have my brother's book because he won't stop writing about me, and today is a good day because I know he cries when he can't find his book. Even though he is older, he is a crybaby. Today is a good day because today my brother returns from college and I get to finally return to him the book I took from him a long, long time ago. Hope you find it hilarious as I do. I honestly have no idea how we survived sharing a room. All things being said, I wouldn't have it any other way. I still would rather have had a sister. Congrats on the diploma, and welcome home, Simon. So, even though the name's Simon, this isn't us. Herbie, as you might expect, is Herbert S. Sinclair, our great uncle, who owned the estate and bequeathed it to us. Seemingly, if he's our great uncle, as far as we know, there's only the 2 siblings. Simon would be our grandfather's name. That was his brother, our grandfather, making Herbert a great uncle. So that's just a little bit of lore. Here we have a plane and a plan. And in this case, the difference between the two is E. This room specifically also just straight up tells you, hey, this is an E. But unfortunately, that's all we can do. Because even though we have lots of paths still open, we have no keys. So we're gonna have to call it a day. All things considered, it's a pretty good run. But we didn't quite make it. What? We get to see what we made in the house. So our house became a garden villa because we had a lot of green rooms. Again, the reason it says 5 is because the aquarium counts as every single room. We took 49 steps, which we start with 50. So we were actually, if we would have still had 1 extra step if we didn't get any food. But that's all we can do right now. We can save and continue. We move on to the next day. Everything in our inventory is now gone. That metal detector and shovel we got last time is gone. We don't carry that over to the next day. The money, gems, and keys that we might have at the end of the run, I think we had 0 of all of them, but even if we had them, those are all gone. They don't carry over. That, if you notice, everything is different. But, because we opened that apple orchard, we now start with 70 steps a day instead of the 50. In addition, because we got into the cloister, we start with 2 coins. Yeah, it's like, Master Simon, good morning. It has come to my attention that you have been granted a daily allowance to use while on the estate. If it is convenient for you, I will leave the required sum here in the entrance hall each morning. If there is anything else you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Even though we have all been requested to remove ourselves from the premises during your stay, I can assure you I am still personally overseeing that the estate is at least operating at a baseline standard of service that I hope you will one day come to expect of us. So, as far as I know, we will never see anyone else in this game. It will just be these rooms. And Babbage specifically is at least still around. It's just she comes to the entrance hall, plays her allowance, and then is gone and just watching us on computer monitors from somewhere. Just to track our progress. But we will never actually see her. This note is the same as the first day. That will always be there. There's no reason to go outside right now. Because that 70 steps is permanent going forward. So we can just start drafting rooms. I think I'll want the nook. Or the storeroom. I'll take the nook. We won't go through just yet. So we could take the chapel. Will still allow us to go north as well as to the left. We don't actually need the door to the right because that's where the nook is, so it's not as bad minus taking our money. The pantry would just give us the door to the left, utility closet. Again, if we ran into the keycard doors, we could turn that off, potentially. But I don't really want to have a dead end right there. So for now, we'll do chapel. But I'm not going to go in. Then over here. Okay. So, the door north doesn't matter because we could always go through the chapel. It's whether we want the door to the left to continue to the left, or if we want to basically have 3 steps and allow us to ignore the chapel entirely by going around it. I think here we'll take the storeroom because we have 3 other doors that we can go. So that we have the coin, a key, and a gem. But we'll go through the nook, which has a rook, and I love that. But yeah, it's like here, it's like we have a pin and a pine, so the answer to this room is E. Okay. So we can do... Okay, all 3 of these are dead end. Importantly, because technically, yes, this has an exit, but it goes into the chapel, which doesn't allow us to continue. In this situation, so the pantry, we would also get a food. It might not be an orange, it could be an apple, which is worth 2 steps, or a banana worth 3. So we're not necessarily going to get the 5 steps we did last time. I'm going to take the utility closet here. Because no matter what, it's going to be a dead end. And this will allow us to have something. So from here, we can turn that off. So now, if we run into any of those keycard doors, I believe by default they will be open now, that we don't need anything. We might need to go through security to change something with that if we wanted into it. Gymnasium. That's a red room. What this does is... what the gymnasium does is when you enter it, you lose 2 steps. So there was the workout room, which took half your steps. The gymnasium, anytime you enter it, rather than just when you draft it, you lose the 2 steps. So it's similar to the chapel in that regard that takes a coin anytime. By turning this off, you can enter it free. So it just becomes a room with 3 doors. Dark room. Right now, this, like... So, to get the puzzle outside, like I said, you need to look at a picture in order to see it. You need this to be on. What happens with the dark room is when it is drafted, this breaker flips. So it'll always go to off once you draft the dark room. So even if, like, if I was to flip this to on right now, it doesn't matter. So this only matters after we spawn to draft dark room, in which case then we'd enter the dark room, come over here, flip this, then enter the dark room again in order to be able to look at that picture that I mentioned to go outside. But in addition to that, in order to actually see the information we were after, we would need a specific item that is randomly spawned, which is the magnifying glass, so that we can look at the picture closer. That is why, for sure, I was like, I'm just ignoring that sequence break, because it's all of these different steps that, throughout this entire playthrough, I might never have a situation where we have the break room, the utility closet here, the dark room, and the magnifying glass in order to get that information. In addition, there's the garage. The garage is another room in the house. I'm just flipping this on right now. All this means is if we do draft the garage, we can continue with that. I'll explain that if we run into it. As you'd expect, a garage is a type of room that can only exist on the sides of the estate. I don't think the bottom one ever happens. I think it's supposed to be like get cabinet. I don't think you can ever find something for that. If you can, that's past where I know. There's also this puzzle. I know what the solution's supposed to be. So it's like... as you can see, the colors change based on what's around it. I'm going to ignore actually solving this until we find the room that gives us that information, because that is somewhat important to what you can do. Plus, it's annoying. So I'm just gonna ignore that for now, because we shouldn't actually know how to solve that at this time. Here we have a bat and bath, so the answer to this room is an H. So now we have to go through the chapel. Go ahead and take my coins. I don't see anything. Pick up. Let's go this way first. Okay. So no matter what, we only have the one door that we can go through. Because the other door going down, goes into a dead end. It's either, and both the parlor and the observatory both go up. The parlor will give us a gem, at least 2 gems if we solve the puzzle. The observatory will cost us a gem. Normally, I don't like going down to 0 gems. In this case, though, I will take the observatory, because what it says is like +1 star for each time you draft the observatory. So this is another meta progression thing that happens every single run. Then when you go in, you read this book. This book contains a complete star base. This book contains a complete star base, a list of constellations, and the observed effects that accompany the appearance of each one. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day, different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one in a single day. This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover the joy of stargazing. So today, because this is the first time we were entering this, we have 1 star. We will gain 1 gold. Next time we draw the observatory, we will have 2 stars, which will give us the twins, which will put 2 of those trunks, the chests that we got, that require keys to open, in the front entrance hall. 3 will give us 3 steps. 4 will give us a gem. 5 will be more often to have rooms with 4 doors, so like the passageway and the cloister and stuff like that. Importantly, 4-door rooms can only spawn in the center of the house that has the 4 exits, like I mentioned before. It then skips 6. So what will happen on day 6 is I think we'll get... because I don't think the same constellation can show up twice. So either we will get the Slice, the Twins, and the North Star for the total of 6. Or we'll get Diamondus Minor and the Twins to total 6. I don't know if it's always the same or if it's randomly chooses between the 2, but that is what will happen at that point. The 7th time we go in here, apples are extra delicious. Apples basically become oranges for that day. Then instead of giving you 2 steps, we'll gain 5. The 8, we'll gain a key. And then it skips 9 and 10, so we'll get the other stuff from the earlier ones to add up to that total. 11 will start with 5 gems. 12 is the one bad constellation. Draxus the Dead. Dead end rooms are more common today. So that literally means when you draft a room, you are more likely to see rooms like the lavatory and the utility closet, so that you won't be able to continue past it. There may be times that you would prefer that, because I do believe that there's an achievement for having a set number of dead ends in the house. But it does mean it's a lot more likely that your run will prematurely end. when you get 15 stars, the shop goes on sale. 20. Green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers today, so gain random free gems. And that's all you have there. But if you notice, currently, we can't use this to actually gain the star. So it's like, to actually... Whoops. Oh no, it did go up just by entering it, I guess. In order to use that, we have to look through the actual telescope, but it's not open. We can move the telescope by adjusting these wheels. So that will turn it to the sides. So we'd want to align it with that. But we can't right now because it's too low. So in order to continue that, we'd have to go up these steps. And while you're here, you can see it's like, oh, that has an opening. So in order to adjust this vertically, we can do that. But because that has an opening, before we do that, let's turn it all the way to the other side. Is it one more? Yes. Okay. Okay, so right now it's too high. Oh. Actually, I pushed it too far. It's too high to get at still. Pull that down. We can now open that. And inside here is a planetarium. So this is a secret floor plan. Until we get this, we can never draft this in the house. After we hit yes on this, we will always be able to draft this going forward. There's an argument that you don't want this right now. Because what this does is, if you call it a day in planetary, so it's like, when I ended the day last time, you can do it in any room, nothing happens. If you are specifically standing in the planetarium when your day ends, so if you notice we have 1 star at the top, this would increase that count by 2 to go to 3. Importantly though, this room is also a dead end. So this will add another dead end to the drafting pool. As far as I know, there is nothing... This is one of the rooms that if there is a puzzle in this room, I don't know what it is. So as far as I know, there is nothing in this room for us. Which is why I'm saying, like, if you are playing this yourself, you might not want to get this the first time you get the observatory. Because it could actually make it more likely that your ends run prematurely, because you now have an extra dead end that you could potentially draw. Again, as penance for not taking notes and somewhat sequence breaking myself, I'm going to take this now. But, like I said, you could argue that you shouldn't take it at this time. But I'm going to, because I don't want to have to go back that later in case I do need it for something. Yeah, should have spun it the other way, but... Okay, one more. Okay. And honestly, the main reason why it's just for this puzzle, it's like in order to have this lined up. So it's like, here, we have the North Star, we gained 1 coin. Next time we enter the observatory, like I said, there will be the 2 stars, so we'll get the twins, we'll put the 2 trunks at the front gate. We won't have to turn this in order to get that. So that's the main reason I would say to get the planetarium right now, is just so now that this is set up, now that we've gotten the planetarium, we don't have to touch this ever again. This room can just stay like this. We can literally just come in here, get whatever benefits happen with the observatory. Don't have to worry about anything else. You can spin this globe. As far as I know, it doesn't do anything, but you can spin it. This room is a night room. I just realized there's the... So it's like, there's a rook in the nook. There's a knight in the room that observes the night. That's how I can remember that one. Okay. So we have a hallway. I don't think I want the guest bedroom, because that brings us down to only the 1 exit north of the chapel. We don't have any gems, so we actually can't take the commissary, so we're taking the hallway. Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked, according to that note. Security! No! Well, we have a dead end that gives nothing, or a dead end that gives 2 items. So let's get 2 items. We have another key. We will die. Okay. Which I think I will re-roll, because I kind of want 2 doors if I can. I can't. So we can either go the bedroom, which heads to the left, or the pantry or the parlor that goes to the right. I would argue the bedroom out of these 3, like in a vacuum, out of these 3 rooms is probably the best in this situation. Because you can already go north of the chapel, so we're likely to have a door to the room to the right from next to the hallway with whatever we draft there, or at least a chance to. Whereas in order to go to the left, we basically would have to go up through the chapel, or if we're going to the right here, we'd have to have a door that goes up, another door that goes to the right, and then another door that goes to the right in order to get back to the... Oh, sorry, left. Left, not right. In order to get to that side, though. But, again, the one thing with the side that we have is that the sides have a higher chance to have green rooms, which we can't enter right now because we don't have any gems. So for that reason, I'm taking the parlor, even though I could see an argument that the bedroom would be better for continuing different paths. Okay, what's the puzzle this time? This box is one of the 2 empty boxes. So if this is a lie, the gems will be in this box. 2 boxes in this room are empty. That is always true based on the rules of the game. So we know that this one is telling the truth. There are 3 boxes in this room. This is also true. So we know that this is true. So because these 2 are true, this has to be false, which means this box is not empty. Theoretically, logic-wise, this could be argued that Well, no, because 2 boxes are always empty. So no, yeah, it would just always be this one. I was gonna say theoretically there could only be 1 box that's empty, and then that would be what's lying in this. But we know by the rules that there are always 2 boxes that are empty, 1 with gems. So we know that this is lying. We know that the gems are in here. In addition to that, another thing to consider with these puzzles is these 2 clues have no indication on where the gem would be. This one has 2 options. Either the gems are in the box that it says, or it's not. So, based off of this, let's say for whatever reason that 1 box was empty. That's right. This was the only box that was empty instead of 2 was the answer to that. That would give us a 50-50 shot compared to the thought of, hey, there are 2 boxes that are empty. This is lying about that. This is lying that it's empty, which means that the gems are in here, which is a 100% chance that it's in here. If there's ever a situation in logic where you're saying it's like, well, this path gives us 50-50, this path gives us 100%, you just go with the 100%. Like I said, in this case, we knew that it would be here because based off of the rules, there are always 2 boxes that are empty, 1 with gems. And then we knew that these 2 were true, and that this one had to be false. Okay. I will take the den. Okay. I'll draft here. Okay. I'll go with the pantry. So we can, unless we have to go all the way back to the entrance hall, which would only be at this point if we have to go outside. The pantry basically means we never have to worry about the chapel. Because the only time we'll have to go to the chapel is if we're going back to the entrance hall. Because every other path from the entrance hall is a dead end. No matter what, that would be the case. It's just the commissary is a dead end. That's all this costs a gem. The guest bedroom would give us 10 steps, which is tempting. But I don't think we necessarily need it. I prefer the actual forward path, especially since knowing we will at least get 2 steps by doing this, as well as 4 coins. Okay, so yeah, we got 2 steps. This room, we have fishing and road and rod are these 2. So we know that the answer to the room in the middle, 3 up, is A. Okay. I will take the Great Hall. As I said, 7 locked doors. You can see it in the picture. There's 3 doors on each side, as well as the one on either end. They will all be locked. They all will require keys to go through. But it gives us all the different paths. I'm not going to go in just yet because you only have 3 keys. Because even though there's 3 doors on each side, only one of those 3 doors on the sides will go into another location. But I will still take that. But I'm not going to go through there at this time. I'm going to go back through the den and go north. Okay. Think we'll go with the corridor. We're far enough deep that I think that's worthwhile. We now know that the other door will be unlocked. So yeah, if you notice before, it's like these pictures have changed. It's because it's now in a different place in the house. So here it's... I think it's tail. Here? Tiger and Tier. It's Tiger and Tier, so it's G in this room. Okay. So in this case, these two are dead ends. Only other path would be through the Great Hall. Let's go with the kitchen. I prefer it open up the other way, but we can go there. So like I said, we still have the 5 bananas as usual. Club standards. These two I think are always here. This last one changes. So in this case, we get plus 5 steps for every green room in the house. Currently we have none, which does mean if we were to buy this, we get 0 steps. So keep that in mind. But now if we do get the dining room, last time we wanted the aquarium. Today we want a showroom. To get that extra steps. I don't know if we can get the showroom right now. The fact that this is mentioning it to me means that we might be able to, but it's a very rare room to potentially draft. But we don't really need steps this time, so we'll hold off on buying any of those. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, planetarium. It's a dead end. That's what I was mentioning before. This would end this path. Bedroom would allow us to keep going north. Courtyard has 2 doors. North is arguably more important, though. But if we can get so the shovel can spawn in the courtyard. It's not guaranteed. Last time we got the metal detector. But it can... usually there's an item that spawns in the courtyard. Either the shovel, the sledgehammer, or the metal detector. I think others can as well, but those are the only 2 I can think of that regularly will spawn there. It would cost us a gem, though. But also important, like I said, going north is a bit more, because we're leaning very right-heavy in our estate. Because the other 2 paths we have at the moment are from the Great Hall. So we can already have somewhat decent access to the right just by having keys. So by going this, we'll then have to go even further to try and get to the left side if we needed to. Yeah, for that reason, I'll take the bedroom. This might be a mistake. No trunk this time. Oh, we did get a coin purse, though. So now we can earn money faster because of interest. Okay. We do have a key door that we have to spend. Okay. I guess we'll use the drawing room. At least it's not a dead end. And importantly, this has a puzzle. If you notice on this portrait, this is misaligned. There's a safe. I'm trying to remember. 11-3. No. I don't remember how to solve that. Two, three, four, and 1, 2. 2. 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's that? Okay. To the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Left 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's that? Am I looking at the wrong ones? 1, 2. 1, 8, 9, 10, 11. Uh, I already tried 11-4 though, didn't I? don't remember how to solve that. I know it has something to do with these portraits and the direction that they're facing. So it's like, here, cane goes to the right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why I keep trying 4. So it's like, I know half of the code is 04. I'm pretty sure. But I don't remember how it determines the other one. That I thought it might be the other direction. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 or 6? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't remember what the combo for this room is. I know it has something to do with the paintings. I'm pretty sure it's the direction that they're facing. One, two, three, four. Pretty sure 04 is part of it. Okay. I guess it's not 04. I don't remember if I did 05, 05. Hmm. Picture that? Oh! I think I know. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, and hold on. So the one's facing left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The one's facing right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 13, 6. Try that again. 1 left. 1 left. 2, 3, 4 left. 5, 6, 7 left. 8 left. 9 left. 10, 11, 12 left. 13 left. One's facing right. 1 right. 2 right. 3 right. 4 right. 5 right. 6 right. That'd be okay. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifteen, 4. Oh no, it wouldn't be that because I had already tried all of them. Four. 10, 11, 12. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4. Facing left. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1. Facing right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 12, 6. Ten, 11, 12. 1. Okay, so I'll explain basically what I'm trying to do. As we notice, in all the different rooms, we have this kind of thing. So in here, we have fan and flan. So we know that the answer to this room is an L. Essentially what ends up happening, so I'll mention it now because we've done enough of these rooms to know what they're all after. When you get every single room, and look at every single picture that we have, you'll get a code here. And what I'll say is, like, if we count small gates, 8 dates opens 8 safes. That's what the code entails. So I know that the answer to this room is based off of the pictures. And if you notice, each picture has these arrows underneath. So this is a small gate. It's a small step. And we know that the code is equal to a date. So a date of a year. So what I was counting is like, so the total number of small gates that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. But they're also facing different ways. So I believe it's the ones facing the left is one part of the date. The ones facing right is the other one. So it's like 06. So it's like facing left, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The ones facing right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I believe it should be 1306. But it's not. 0613. Like all of these combinations, they actually have both directions. Whether it's month then day or day then month, it works both ways. But clearly I'm miscounting. It's like I was wondering if it was just the man before, so we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1104? Pretty sure we've tried that already, but no. Just the women. Left 1, 2, and 1, 2. Not 0202, is it? No. It could be just the women, so that'd be 4 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Go for 15. Again, that should be it because we already attempted all the different 04s. Don't want to look it up. This is just the small versions of the portraits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. It's facing right. 1, 2, 3. 3 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 9. Okay. I'm gonna take my stretch break. It's already a bit overdue for that. Uh, I know the solution to this. I'm gonna decide whether to look it up when I come back while I'm doing my stretch break. Part of me really doesn't want to, but it's like I know what the solution's supposed to be, how we're supposed to solve it, but I can't remember what the solution is. Uh, so I'll be right back. I'll decide when I'm back whether I look it up or not. I am back. Let's resume. So I did look it up. Because I was going to do a compromise once I opened it. The code is supposed to be 415. Okay. So I did get it right. So the original compromise, what I was going to do is I was going to open it because, like I said, I knew that it had to do with those paintings, and I was going to take this gem, and I wasn't going to grab that letter. And the reason why is like now, anytime we draw this, like the drawing room, this safe would be open. So that just gives us like at that point, it's like it's meta progression. That it's just we can now get a gem anytime we draw this room. Originally, I was going to, because I was looking it up, I was going to leave that letter until I found out how to get that answer from another way, because apparently the gates wasn't the correct one from what I was seeing. But no, it is the right one. It's based off of the small gates, like I said. So it's like, if we count the men, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then there's 4 other women with the small gates. 1, 2, 3, 4. I had tested that, and it didn't work. I'm guessing it's just I threw it off because of how many times I was testing codes and it wasn't working, that like the Clio didn't work properly and stuff like that. But because I did actually get the code, I will look at the letter now. So this is letter 6. Dearest Mary, Mary is our mother. I know the events of the past year have catapulted you into a world you may not have been ready for. It's cruel the way time whips through our lives, leaving them barren and fruitless, like wind-scarred plains. Throughout this all, I know your principal concern has always been Simon. You didn't need to confide in me yesterday for me to realize that fact. Everyone who knows you understands this. I'll take full responsibility to ensure that regardless of how your current project pans out, Simon is shielded from any fallout and, God forbid, repercussions. A child should never suffer the inequities of their parents. I, of course, write you all this in the hopes that I can set your mind at peace when imagining the worst-case scenario. Not because I think such an outcome is likely. No, Mary. I have few apprehensions and fewer fears. Assuming everything goes according to plan, you should be reunited with Simon again before his 10th birthday. And while 2 years might seem like an eternity to a mother, I've always heard the day pass by more quickly in the East. As for me and you, I've already come to terms that our meeting yesterday was very likely our last. I'm too old and too stubborn to ever leave this place. I'm too attached to the home and family has built up. Our family has built up room by room. Yes, I have a strong premonition I will be buried in red soil under red flags. A compromise I know you yourself would never accept. It's been a joy watching you grow up and getting to know you. Your mother and I spoke of little else during your school days. I know she'd feel the same bittersweet pride I feel now, to see you following in your father's footsteps and making the same sacrifices he did. Farewell, my marigold. We may yet meet again. Your Uncle Herbert. So our mother's done something where she's had to leave. Our uncle's tried to protect us from any outcome that happened. Theoretically, we'll meet her again. I think we're older than 10 now, so I don't think that fully panned out. Apparently, our grandfather, so Herbert's uncle, who's named after us, who we were named after, Simon, also did something. I don't know what that's about. But now, if you look at this, we have that red note in our inventory. That will always be there going forward. We have always found this note. We can't select it, though. It just shows that we have that. Based off of this code here, like I said, it's like, if we count small gates, 8 dates opens 8 safes. Each one of those safes will have a note. So we know that there's 8 letters. This is the 6th of the 8. But yeah, it's like, I got the code right. It just didn't open. Okay. So that requires a key. This one does not. So we could get the commissary. Which would be a dead end here, though. Because we're in the drawing room, we can also just reroll for free. We don't need a draft or anything for that. And I think we're going to want that, otherwise we're cutting off the entire left side. We're still probably cutting off the left side. But we'll go with security. There's some of the various rooms that we can draw in the estate. And it's us. Showing that the cameras are in real time. Because, like, you can see security right there. Take a step over here. We also move. Okay. So here, we have these notes. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Likewise, as redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. This is what I was mentioning before, that the closer you get to the antechamber, the more likely you'll run into locked doors and security doors. Until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. That sounds convenient, except that's not the case. Okay, so we do have a keycard door that we need to go there. That's the only path. But that's where, because we had the utility closet this round, that's where we have this. We have these terminals we have access to. Keycard system. keycard system settings. So, security level. If this is set to low, we'll run into fewer keycard doors. If it's set to high, we'll run into more. As weird as it sounds, because we have that utility box and we'd already flipped it, we actually want to set to high. We want to see those security doors. And the reason why is because if we go to offline mode, currently it's set to locked, so even if the power is off, those doors will be locked. That's why you needed both security and the utility box. But if you set this to unlocked, because we had flipped that breaker, keycard doors are now basically just regular doors, always. So by having these settings, we are more likely to run into those rather than regular doors where we would need keys. If we didn't have the utility box, we would probably want to set security level to low in the hopes that we would just open regular doors with keys. But now, we can deal with that. Okay, so we know that there's an upgrade disc somewhere in the estate. And so there's 5 coins that we haven't picked up. 5 coins is actually a lot. Hold on. Where are those 5 coins? It's not... I don't know where those coins are. I also don't know where... Oh yeah, this is what it's... So, blue memos equals true, red memos equals lies. And that's what it's showing here as an example of that. We know that the doors are locked and require levers to open. So we know that that note we just saw is telling the truth. So any red note we've seen has been a lie. And that will always be the case. This is also a night room, by the way. Currently in the house that you have yet collected. This list will be updated as new rooms are added. So we have an upgrade disc somewhere. And 5 coins. But I don't... In specifically the rooms we have already been through. Oh, you know what? It's probably in the Great Hall. That's likely, at least where the coins are. I don't know if the upgrade disc could be in there. But that's the likely case scenario where they would be. Kind of want more keys before we head back. Okay. Dining room here is great. It does block out off the bottom antechamber, so if we get the greenhouse again, we can't go through there. But this will give us more steps and has 2 doors. And we can't take passageway compared to a dead end. So we can go with that. And, because we're on rank 8, dinner's instantly served. Yeah, I'm not going to wait for the showroom. I don't even know if we can get that at this time. So I'll just take the 20 steps. Okay. But I do think any doors that require a key, I don't think we'll want to spend here. Because I do want that upgrade disc if we can get it. Okay. We don't have that. The other door in the drawing room is locked, correct? Yeah. Okay. So this might be ending our run early. Like I said, I kind of want to get that upgrade disc if we can. Because that's meta progression. But we have 2 keys, 6 doors. That door will always go out. So we could use a key there in order to unlock different paths. We don't have the commissary to buy keys. Let's try this one. Okay, this is nothing. I'm going to continue the run on the hopes that we can get keys on this path. Okay, we did get the commissary. Hopefully we can buy keys. But yeah, it's like now that we know that red things are lies, we know that the commissary will not be closed between days 12 and 16. We did not get a key. So we don't need any of those. Because of our location, I will take the dark room. This will give us 2 paths. Trip the breaker. Because an item can spawn in there. Oh, this is so far back. We had 63 steps, that's fine. Okay. Yes. It'll cost us a couple coins. Okay. So let's turn the dark room back on. And it's like my hope is that we get a key in that room. It's this way, right? Yeah. And this way? Yes. Okay. Now the light's on. We got a gem. Not a key, unfortunately. So this is the picture I was talking about for the code for the gate. This is the picture you'd have to see. That you can see there's a heart on the left. That's the code. So that's why, like, I didn't mind going to get that right now. Because, like I said, the issue is, like, even now it's like, we have the solution. We know where the code is. But you can't really read that with this until you get the magnifying glass. So that is just so many individual steps that you need to go get. Because you need the magnifying glass, you need the utility closet in order to turn the lights back on the dark room. You need to draw the dark room. You need all that just to get a code to get extra steps. HS, as requested, yet another print of her ladyship, I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark, so keep an eye on that. Based off that, it sounds like this could maybe be in another room. I don't know what other room that would be in, though. Yeah, different rooms. Oh, sorry, different photos that have been somewhat developed. This is the code for this room. So you have sand and. So the code in this room is S. That's a room in the state we haven't seen yet. Okay. There's nothing else in here. Like I said, there could have been a key. There wasn't a key. We got a gem instead. Let's go through here. Okay. I don't like any of these options. Yeah, because it blocks it off, and we don't have the gems to the office. The office would be my choice if we could. But we don't have the extra gem for it. We'll take the bunk room in the hope that we can get 2 keys from this. We don't. We got 2 gems. Okay. Our run's done. Because both the doors of the dining room are locked. With regular doors instead of security doors, even though we set it to high. The drawing room door is locked. That was before security, so that being a regular door makes sense. And then everything else is blocked off. I guess in this case, I'm trying to think of, because the spare room doesn't drop anything right now. In the rumpus room, we get 8 coins. I don't think we can get a key, though. And the furnace, we need something else in order to get something from that. I don't know if something can spawn elsewise. I do think this is my highest chance. But we don't have a shovel. So yeah. No key. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Okay. Call it a day and move to day 3. Because we didn't get to the point of where that upgrade disc was. So like I said, upgrade discs are meta progressions. You can also lose them if you get them and don't put them to a terminal to use them. So keep that in mind. They do randomly respawn, so you can always get every single upgrade that you can possibly get. They will just randomly appear. But there are set ones that will appear in set locations. There is always one in the Great Hall the first time you go in there. That one should still be there because we didn't find it. I believe. One second. Okay. Twitch did what it likes to do of disconnecting, even though OBS is fine and my internet is fine because YouTube kept going. We're back now, though. Okay. Let's get our allowance. Check the different doors. We'll want the hallway. I will take the parlor. And I think I want the pantry. Otherwise, it'll be hard to get all the way to the right side. But before we go anywhere else, let's go to the parlor. I think getting gems is the most important. Okay, so the code, this one. This box is black. That is true. The gems are in a true box. If this is true, it could be in either of these. And this one would have to be false. This box is blue. Okay. This we know is true. This we know is true. Which means this has to be false. The gems are in a true box means that the gems are in a false box, which is only this one. Okay. Let's go with the Nook. Get a key. Okay. So we don't want the guest bedroom. It's a dead end. It's like I keep ignoring the guest bedroom. It's a good room. It's like 10 extra steps is fantastic. It's just always been around stuff that I would prefer something else. In this case, both the den and security do the same thing. I'll go to security. Takes one of our gems. My reason why is for now, if we go to keycode system, this always defaults back to medium and offline mode. We don't have a keycode. We currently do not have a utility box. So we want to set security level to low so that we're less likely to run into keycode doors. We still want to change this to unlocked because that way, if we do run into a utility box, we already have this set. I don't see any reason we would want it to stay online. But we do want to change security level to low currently because we don't have a way to open those doors. Okay, the 4 coins and the fruit are in the pantry because we haven't actually entered there yet. I'm ignoring this for now. I know how to log into this. Like, you need a password. We've seen... Whoop. We've seen the password is here. It's crossed out. We can very easily see it starts with an S. You kind of need a magnifying glass for this. Unlike the case for outside, where it's like, okay, that's meta progression that we absolutely need to get. That, not so much. It just helps a lot. So I'm going to wait until we get a magnifying glass in order to get that code before I start punching them in the computer. Okay. That is a dead end, unfortunately. But this might be a decent time for a nursery, honestly. It does use our last gem, is the one issue. It's just because we can already go to the left on the other side of security. So that's not as useful. We do still have a bunch of other paths. So yeah, I'll grab the nursery. Get 5 steps for drafting it. We got our gem back. There's not always a gem here. I think there's a higher chance for there to be a gem here, but it's not always. We also have a book to read. The Red Prince by Marion Marigold, our mother. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. I mean, being Canadian, having to deal with shoveling for the last week, I understand the snow part. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. And you know which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy whenever he was sad. A story he had read in the bath and the bed. And maybe you can guess with the clues that we have said. It was a story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you, in fact, in the same room. A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince and his book, the red book we just read. So that was the book Mother wrote about us. That's all we'll go into for now. Okay. So we don't have money for this to really matter. This will take our last gem. The observatory is not too useful right now, because we know we'll be getting 2 trunks at the front, and we don't really have the keys for it. But if nothing else, it'll progress the stars, and it's better than the furnace, which is a dead end and makes it more likely we draw red. So let's go observatory. As I mentioned before, this will already be set up. No key or anything in the room. Okay, so we have the garage, which we can't grab, unfortunately. It would be great to get through keys, but we don't have the gem for it. So we can either do bedroom, which goes to a dead end, but would give us 7 steps. Well, 5 steps for drafting it, and then it would be free to walk in. But it goes to a dead end because of the nursery. So I think we're better off with the spare room, so we don't cut ourselves off. Okay. That would get us a gem back. I don't really want to cut it off. Let's go corridor. But I'm not actually going to head that way just yet. I am going to turn around and grab the stuff off of the hallway in the pantry. Just because, even though that room specifically will be unlocked, we don't know if the next one will be. And drafting it might cost gems. We kind of want to get gems. I don't really like having 0 gems at the moment. So let's go this way first. Okay. Nothing's in the room. Yeah, doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. They're not. It's the same on both sides. Okay. Well, I can't get the office. Considering when we go back north on the left, we will have to go through security again. Okay. I really want gems. The boudoir has a high chance to give us gems. We'll gain 5 steps because it's the bedroom. We'll go with boudoir. And hopefully that door can lead to the utility room. But in here, we have a postcard, which has a safe on it. The postcard is Christmas. There's the safe. Because 8 safes, 8 dates open 8 safes. We know that that's the code. And now, anytime we draw the boudoir, we will always get this gem. And then there's usually a high chance for this room to spawn a gem as well, I believe. But this is letter 4. This is to Herbert. So this is to our great uncle. I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our dear Marion's disappearance from the public record. It is no surprise to me that the royal court would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible, but I am shocked that you have so little regard for your niece that you had played the king's scullion and stooped to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. She gave up her family, her fortune, and her life, and all you can do is think of your name. Having never had a family name nor fortune of my own, I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifices she did. But for the love of God, do you not, by that same display of weakness, clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine the cause that she forfeited everything to further? Our countrymen must be made aware of the price she paid, and must be made to see the color of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. To deny her story is to deny her life. If through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son, Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies and will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year, Daniel. So, because it says our son Simon, Daniel is our father. So he's pissed at our great uncle because clearly whatever happened with our mother, whatever she was doing went wrong and she's disappeared. And Herbert, to protect us, keep in mind, based off of the letter that we saw in the drawing room, is hiding everything so that we don't have to deal with the consequences of our mother seemingly failing what she was trying to do. But because he's keeping it secret from everyone, including our dad just thinks that he's trying to, like, make her sacrifice in vain. Which isn't actually the case, it's just he's trying to protect us. Okay. So no matter what, this will be a dead end. We don't have the money for the commissary tomato. I don't really want to spend the gem. As much as I don't like losing the money, drawing the chapel here theoretically could be fine because we would never have to enter it, but I like having the 2 doors, so I don't necessarily want to get rid of this. This is the best time to use the guest bedroom, because we'll get 10 steps for entering it, and we'll gain another 5 from the nursery. And like I said, it's going to be a dead end anyways. We got a gem that we can use elsewhere. Okay, Sinclair, just wanted to write you a quick note, thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Evanson, whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your own absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. We haven't seen that room yet. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was well worth the wait, though, as I always enjoy your mathematical puzzles, and appreciated that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. Hoping your health improves shortly. I don't know that signature. YL? Okay. But we got an extra gem here, if nothing else. Because we didn't get the utility box, that we used the boudoir instead. Let's continue through the pantry. We have money and an apple that we can eat. Okay. I do not want to use the passage here. It is dangerous to cut it off, though. Because we now only have the one path from through the corridor. Let's go with the storeroom. This might end up being a mistake. Because now we only have the one path. We do have these. I don't want to open just yet. Because we have 3 gems. 3 gems is usually good enough. Of a buffer. Because I don't think there's any rooms that cost more than 3. Okay, we'll want the chapel here, so that we have 2 doors we can go through. Okay. Just seeing if there's anything. Oh no. I saw the edge of the pew stick out. I thought it might have been a key on the ground. Let's go courtyard. See if we can get a shovel. We don't. We got a sledgehammer, which means we can now open those chests at the front without needing anything. Which means we can save the keys for doors instead. Okay, well, they mentioned the billiard room. Let's go with that. So this is the other puzzle room that I know of. So yeah, there's the parlor and the billiard room. Money. But the puzzle on this one is darts. Tie and time. So this is M. So what this is you have these different, like, based off the color, will determine what you do start with. I'm just gonna do this now because you'll find the answer somewhere else in the house. But basically, blue in the bottom is addition, so it's a 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then yellow is subtraction. So 19 minus 14 is 5. And then 10 minus 7 is 3. I'm pretty sure this is the last one. That is only 4. I'm gonna get the answer wrong, just to show you. If that happens, you just have to do all of them again. You can try this as many times. It doesn't matter. And it's always the same total. So it'll be 5, 8, 5. So let's say you got to this point and you didn't know that it's like 10 minus 7 is 3, and you didn't know that. You can just keep, if you knew the other ones, you can just guess the same amount and then just guess around to solve this one. Oh, there was another one. So this is 5, and pink is times. So 5 times 2 is 10. Oh, there's a lot more than I remembered. 10 minus 4 So you don't use actual bed mats. You always go from the center of the circle to the outside. So that's why it's blue, then yellow, then pink, and then if there was purple, which is division, you do that last. So it's 10, minus 4 is 6, times 3 is 18. And we get 2 keys for that. A lot of the times, you'll get keys here. So it's like the parlor room, you always get 2 gems. A lot of times in the billiard room, you'll get 2 keys. We saw a silver key in my first run. You can get that type of key here as well. So the minor and major keys, you'll either get 2 regular keys or a major key, like the silver key. Yeah. Use the regular key. We can only go left. Okay. Ah, no. I was thinking you got the utility closet so that we can switch security to high and turn them off. Because we can already go left, like we can with the bedroom, through the courtyard. But the issue is that makes it really hard to get to the right, that we would only have the chapel. I think we have to go dark room. I'll go in there to... Like, I'm not going to draft through there, because we'll be drafting blind. But I will trip the breaker, so that if we get the utility closet somewhere else, we can at least use it. Just in case we need something with 3 keys, because we have the sledgehammer, I'm going to go back to the front. To open those 2 chests. Just so that we can get that 3rd key. Oh, sorry, 3rd gem. Okay. So yeah, now, rather than spending a key, we can just open them with this. Get a ton of money. Jam a key. Okay. Yeah, everything else down here is blocked off. Okay, let's start this way. Okay, so we can either go secret passage to keep going straight, or den. Like I said, me taking the planetarium is kind of bad because I'm basically never going to go into it because it's the dead end. Think we want the den. Okay. So we could use the utility closet. Bedroom would go north. We likely have there. Kochek's is a dead end. We have nothing that we would really want to... well, we could store the sledgehammer. One thing to keep in mind when you store something in Kochek. So what that means, like, the next time we draw Kochek, we will get a sledgehammer. If we were to store the sledgehammer in there right now. The issue with that, though, is if the sledgehammer is in the Kochek, you cannot find the sledgehammer somewhere else. So we got the sledgehammer in the courtyard for free. It can also be bought at the commissary every now and then. If this is in the code check, even if we haven't drafted it yet. It's just if we have it stored in the code check for us to potentially pick up, we cannot get it somewhere else. So I don't really have something I'd want to put in code check at the moment. I think I will take the utility closet because we have the dark room. So that when we draft there, we can actually see what we're drafting. It does mean that we're in danger still. And we'll probably want to go down to security to change the security level to high. Because even though we have 3 keys, we might want to do that now. Because it'll be quicker to go there now than later. And it's possible we might need more than 3 keys for everything else. But I'll do that. Turn the key code system off. Turn the gym off. Dark room on. Garage on. Okay. So with that done, I know there was another door we could draft there. I want to go this way first. Get the security and change that so that we're more likely to run into security doors. Set that to high. Unlocked. Oh yeah, I mentioned like the billiard room. That room has like the special key that we get, the silver key. The key code can also be gotten from there. I think it's one of the main ways you do get the key code. Nope, not in that room. This way. Almost wasted a step. Okay. I'll go north. Use this key. So this would give us 2 gems. Also lead to a dead end, technically, because we already have access to the dark room. This would cost 2 gems, and more likely chance to find items in them, as well as continue a path forward. So let's go with that. We got a shovel. Means we have some dig spots we can go through. Okay, we got our key back, which is good because we need it right away. This is the good time for the office. Okay. So, the office, first time you draw it, will have an upgrade disc. The office is another room that has a terminal, like security did. So let's start with the upgrade disc. Because like I said, the one thing is that you want to use this now, because if you don't use it right now, then the next time, and we still had the upgrade disc at the end of the day when we ran out of steps or something, we would lose it. And it would not automatically spawn in the office again. Okay. So, what this does, it randomly picks a random room that will now be upgraded anytime we draft it. In this case, we got the storeroom. And we can upgrade it in one of 3 ways. We can either make it so we get a ton of money. So rather than 1 coin each day, we'll get 10 for going in the storeroom. We can make it so we get 1 key and 2 gems. or we can make it so that we get 2 keys and 1 gem. I'll tell you right now, early game, and so keep in mind, once you make this upgrade, you can't change it. Whatever you upgrade this to is what you get. So it's not like you can get one and then change it to another one later. I believe it's possible when you've upgraded every single room that's able to be upgraded that'll go back and you can make the changes like that. I don't know. But if you can, it's very, very late. So just assume that this is the choice you make here is permanent. You have a ton of ways to get coins. Right now, like, we have the 2 allowance coins that we have. Coins, I think, is the worst choice that you can make out of these 3. Because you'll have a ton of ways to get coins. Yes, 10 coins is nice to have. There will be times where I won't have coins because, like, oh, I would have wished I had that. In my mind, it's the gems and the keys that are more important. Because if you don't have the key, if a door is locked, you can't get through it without a key. In the case of gems, if you don't have gems, there's certain rooms that you just cannot get access to. So, like, if you need a passageway, this pays for a passageway by itself. With that in mind, there are also ways to avoid having to spend gems. So like it says, like there's the veranda that makes it so that the green rooms no longer cost gems to draft. And like I said, there's another way that you can just avoid having to spend gems on the run that you can spend steps instead. The only way to avoid needing a key is, like, there's a sledgehammer in the case of the chest, which is basically just extra stuff. Or it's the security plus utility closet in order to increase the chance of running into keycard doors, in which case then you don't need it. But even with the increased chance, you will still need keys. So for that reason, me personally, I feel the 2 keys is the most important. I can see the argument for the gems. So if anyone wants to pick the gem one, I can see that reason. Personally, I think the keys is most important. Even though right now, I feel gems is more often. Especially because, like I said, in the case, like, we now guarantee get a gem by drafting the boudoir. We get a guaranteed gem by drafting the drawing room. And I'll show you something in a second that will also add to that case. We don't get that right now. That's the next time we draft a storeroom. But there's another safe in the office. So that's now 3 rooms that we can potentially get gems in. The code for this one is based off of the statues. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 905. Just this guy. 1. No mustache. 1. 2. 3. 4. 04, 05. Okay. March of the Count. Okay, I might skip this one for now. Because unlike the other one in the case of the boudoir, where I knew exactly how to solve this one, and everything to solve it was in the room, this one, not everything is in this room, and we haven't found the other room that has that answer. I do know that these statues have something to do with it. So I believe it's the 1, 2, 3, 4. So 04 is part of the code. But I don't remember what the other part is. But it has something to do with this. The March of the Count. But I don't remember exactly what it is. We get this information in another room. So unlike the boudoir, I don't know the actual solution to this. I don't remember what the answer was. So I'm not going to solve that one. I'm not going to look it up. Even though it means we won't be getting that gem. Because I don't fully know how to solve that one. Staff member's room. So yeah, run payroll. We can spread. Go throughout the estate. So now any room we go into, money will be in there. Again, we still don't have the access code for that, so I'm ignoring that for now. The antechamber level in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there is enough time to put in another work order before Simon arrives, so just make sure the west and east levers are operational. So this is to let us know, it's like, hey, you can get into other ways. You need to find the broken level for the greenhouse. We already ran into the greenhouse, we already ran into that. I am going to try a few, but I admittedly do not remember what this code is. Okay. So yeah, we're going to ignore that one for now, because I haven't seen the other room. But essentially, what the code will be is like part of it's told by how many of those buffs they are. But if we read, like, this is a list of books. We haven't run into it, but there's a room called the library where you can order the book to go in. One of the books we can get are the ones listed here. March of the Counters of Wood, that's the one you want to read, if I'm remembering correctly. And in there, that should give you the date. But that's why I'm not solving that right now, even though I know that that's how to solve it, because I've never actually seen that book to know what that code is. So I do not know the answer to this. I could be wrong that that's the right book that you're supposed to go to. I'm not going to look that one up like I did the other one, because like the other one I knew the solution, it just wasn't working. Let's use this key. Okay. So this will be a dead end no matter what. This will give us keys, which we do kind of need. We also need gems, though. The commissary could sell us gems. Oh, no, we don't have any gems. Punishment for not trying to cheese the room, because we would have had the gem to go into one of these. But it's deserved. So, bedroom. The only choice. No gem dropped here, though. We're gonna want to keep a eye on the ground, because we spread money throughout the estate. They could be in every single room. We do also have the shovel now, so we can dig through these. Okay. Let's go through the billiard room, I guess. Might be more. Nope, no more coins. Hey, we got a key code. Which, in order to get that key code, we need the light to be on in this room, which means we need the utility closet. Which means we didn't need the utility we need the utility closet to not need the utility closet. Thanks, game. But I guess if somehow we had the utility... Well, no. Yeah, if we had the utility closet but not security, that would allow us to still use the key code. Okay. So we could go dining room. We could go pool. No, we can't go pool because we don't have a gem. So we'll go dining room. We got this food right away. We don't have a boiler room, so we only get the 20 steps. But we're basically maxed out at the moment anyways. We'll want that. But we need these doors to be able to be open. And they're not. I'd like to point out that I changed security to high. To get keycode doors, by the way. Okay, so only path is through the den. Which is also locked. Okay. Nope. That one's done. Let's call it a day. Like I said, I know I could open that safe. I don't remember exactly how to get that, what that code is. And I haven't run into everything that gives us that code. So I'm just treating it as if I don't know it this time. I'm not going to look that one up in order to get it again. Like I said, I did it the once because I was pretty sure I knew what it was, and I did. It just didn't work the last time because I didn't properly clear the code after failing a couple from miscounting. That one, for the office one, I just straight up, I know the general gist of it. I just don't know what it is yet because we haven't seen the other stuff to give us that info. Okay. I'll take the Nook. Oh, I was gonna say, I'll take security. We don't have any gems. In which case, I'll take the chapel. And I'll take the bedroom. You can enter here for free. But I went in there to see if we had any gems. There wasn't any. I'll come in here and get the key. Okay. I think we'll want the den here so we can get that gem. Ooh, both go down. Yeah, we'll go with the pantry. Just so that we can get that bottom room. Because we can't really use the commissary for anything at the moment, and we don't have the money to make it worthwhile. Okay. I'm going to take the closet. Because as much as, like, I do want the gems, the parlor can be used elsewhere where it won't be a dead end. This will always be a dead end. And we got a gem anyways, though. Okay. I don't care enough about one coin to warrant going around this room. I care more about the steps. Which, of course, means there will be a point where we're one coin short of buying something. Okay. Think I'm fine with using the spare room. Saving the hallway. Because it just makes the bedroom a dead end. But other, like, this, we already gone into the bedroom. We can't draft that way anyways. I'd rather save that for later on. We'll go with the spare room. Okay. So we can go to the drawing room. It costs a gem, but we get a gem back. Because we've solved that case. This will give us 3 steps today. But only go north. This will allow us to go back south. So let's go with drawing room. But yeah, as you see, once you solve the safe, it's always open. So, it's just a free gem. It costs a gem to get in here, but we get the gem back. Okay. I think I want to redraw. We could get another gem here. Again, it's a room that we could continue elsewhere. I think I prefer the guest bedroom to gain the 10 steps. Which We do have to enter to get. No item. Oh! We did get a key, actually. Okay. This is our only path out right now. So I do kind of want the dark room, so we have 2 doors instead of 1. But I'm going to redraw and hope we get... Okay. We'll use security. I don't want to get us down to 1 door and then only be able to do dead ends. Let's turn that to low. And unlocked. Anything we've missed in the estate? Nope. Okay. Okay. Hallway is facing the wrong way, unfortunately. Same with parlor. Commissary goes the right direction, but uses the last gem. Hallway. So either way, we only get 1 path. Hallway doesn't cost a gem. Let's go hallway. Okay, let's go corridor, I guess. Because we don't have the gems to passageway. Okay, so office goes to a dead end, and we don't have the gem for it. Storeroom is dead end, and will give us 1 gem and 2 keys, and a coin, but the coin's whatever. Boudoir is not a dead end, and we will gain that 1 gem. As well as still having a path forward. So we'll go Boudoir. Now we can actually open those 2 gem rooms if we run into one. Guess let's go kitchen. So we'd want the trophy room in order to get the bonus steps here. I'll tell you now, we can't get the trophy room. The trophy room unlocks by reaching room 46. So we don't have to worry about that. We don't have the money for this. And I might want to try and save up for that if we can. Being able to draw the morning room might be nice. Okay. Both paths lead to a dead end. This uses our last gem. This gives us 2... it doesn't give us a gem, but it will give us keys. But importantly, if we use our gem here, the observatory today will give us 3 steps. We have plenty of steps. If we can't enter a room, that's more problematic. So what we actually need a lot of is gems. So let's go billiard room. And hey, look, we got the 3 steps anyways, because we had a banana in here. Okay. So, start at 12. 5, 9, 10, 11. 20 minus 14 is 6. Minus 2 is 4. 10 minus 5 is 5 times 4 is 20. And 15 minus 9 is 6 times 2 is 12. Okay, and we got a key code. Which kind of thankfully we have to go through security. So we'll want to change that to high. Since we now have the key code. But I don't like how we only have the one direction that we can go. Key code system. Set it to high. Still leave it unlocked because there's not really reason not to. Okay. Actually. Okay, yeah. So, right here, if you notice, it says blue memos equals true, red memos equals lies, but you can see something written underneath. It's like, unless written by hand, I believe is the end of that. So while this note and any red notes we've run into before have been lies, if we see a note like this that's in like cursive, then that's true. Okay. We only have the one choice. Because if we take either of these, our run's done. Because everywhere else has been a dead end. But this does use our last gem. We did get a metal detector this time. But we don't have a shovel to go into that. Okay. Because all three of these would be, like, Dark Room, normally it's like, I would say it's like, even though we want gems, would be the answer. Except with how this is opening, it goes to 2 dead ends anyways. So we'll take the Perler. Get gems. Ooh, and we got an apple. Okay. So, this box contains gems. If that is true, it's in there. The other 2 boxes contains gems. This cannot be true, because only one box can contain gems. That does not mean it's in this box. It just means that both of the other boxes can't be true. Can't contain gems. But it is possible for one of the other boxes to contain gems. But we know that this is false. So all 3 boxes contains gems. This has to be false. Because again, only one box can maintain gems. So because these 2 are false, this has to be true, which means the gems are in here. Okay. We're down to a single path again. Which means we have to take the commissary. Because these 2 are dead ends. But that was why I went with the Perler anyways, because I wanted to try and make sure we got gems. Okay, we can buy a gem here. Salt Shaker, what those do is, when we have this, we can shake it. Anytime we find food, we get an extra step. We're 5 short from getting a key. And we're 1 short from getting a shovel. We had dig spots. If we needed a key, the shovel had a chance to give us the key that way. So that would be where it's like, oh, we needed 1 coin. That's where it would go. Actually, it still might be the case because we can buy a gem for 3, which I'm going to do. We can buy this multiple times. We have 2 gems. If there's a room that costs 3 gems outside that door, we can't get it. And we're 1 coin short. Am I going to be punished for saying I don't mind losing the 1 coin? Not yet. But this is the only room that we can take that isn't a dead end. But we're still on a linear path. Okay, use the key. Still only 1 room, because these 2 are dead ends. This uses one of our gems, though. But we get 3 steps back. Only have 1 room. Importantly, this will at least give us coins, so if we might want to go in here after spending the gem and then go back and buy more gems before continuing on. Because if that door, the only option we have that can go forward, requires a gem, we need that gem first. But we also got car keys. I will do this though.
And as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
Yes.
The image is becoming clear. I see a boy standing on a shore of white sand. He is looking for something he was told he would not find. I see a black cat tied to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. So, Alzara. He gives us hints to some of the puzzles. So that one specifically was mentioning the antechamber. It's like the door that's always locked. We have to find the door with a crescent moon. He's very cryptic in his hints. That even half of what he said, knowing what that hint was for, I don't even understand what that means. And there's a few things that say, okay, I guess this could mean this, but I don't actually know. And it's kind of worse because you get these hints once, you can't get them again. The next hint he gives you will be a different hint. And you'll never see that previous one again. So that's where note-taking, write down what he says. Some of it's important, other of it's not. And trying to figure out what is what. Okay. I will buy 3 gems. Continue down our linear path. Hopefully it won't be linear anymore. Let's use one of our keys. Okay. We're not taking planetarium. I don't know which one's more important. Because the main thing is, like, the archive will give us 3 doors. The pool only gives us 2. The pool also costs 1 of our gems. But it gives us 3 extra rooms that we can add to the draft pool. One of which is very important to get. But we have to hope that we draw that 1 room still. The other issue with the archives is when we reach this screen, there'd only be 2 options that we can see. The third one will still be there, but we won't know what it contains. I'm gonna go pool. Okay, we have 2 keycard doors. Okay, we have the pump room. This is the one I was talking about that is kind of important to get. So we'll go with that. Okay, so... Oop. Is... Ah, there it is. Okay. So, this has water that goes throughout the house. We can drain the pool to empty all that, to allow us to get at the bottom. There's not really a reason to do it. Well, no, we might as well do it right now. For now. But how you drain the water is based off of these pumps here. The information on the diagram for what does what is here. So to start with, let's drain the pool. Because, specifically because the room is right next to us. We want that, I believe. No. We want that way. Okay. Now we can change this, so rather than filling this tank, it fills this one. Actually, nope. Doesn't go that way from the pool. Yeah, the pool can only go into tank 1. But we can move that to the greenhouse. Which is number 5. Yeah, tank 1 on the left. Yeah. Right. We need to boot that. And then we can put the water in the kitchen. Which is the center one. Okay. And the greenhouse can only come from tank 1. We need something from tank 2. Take one from the reservoir and put it into the tank. One into that, and then back in the reservoir. Actually, no, that's wrong. I need to flip this and drain from here. Yeah. So this will allow us to get the last bit of water out of the pool. That's actually already flipped. We can just go boat. Okay. Now the pool's empty. That's what you get from the pool. You can just get a bunch of money. Which isn't bad to have, but there's a bit more important things to have at the moment. So let's put the water back in the pool. Yeah, we can do what we actually want to do is put the fountain in like this. And add it to the pool. Now, eventually, you would be able to have the pool empty as well as the fountain by having the water in here. We don't have access to doing that yet. Because we haven't found the room that does that. And there's no guaranteed we will. Having the fountain empty is more important. So the fountain's outside in the front, as you would expect. The greenhouse you want water in, because if you remember before we went in there, all the plants in there were dead. Now, the plants are likely to be alive. Which means we can get gems from the green room now. More likely to get gems. There won't always be gems, I think. But it's more likely to have gems in them. It's not empty yet. Which means we need to put one in here. Oops. Go back. Okay. Stop there. Where's the fountain? Now go in. Okay. Now the fountain is empty. We might see that later, because we have enough steps, but for now, we'll continue exploring the house. That would allow us to continue. But that would get us down to 25 or 26, depending on how it rounds. We'll work with 25. 4, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. That would allow us to get outside with 12 extra without going to any other room. If we're able to go up one row from where we currently are, so when we go to the left of the pool, if we're able to go up, we're able to reach row 8, so we'll be able to get 20 from the dining room. I think we want the weight room, just so that it doesn't end our current path. It hurts. We do have another keycard door. Okay. We'll take the lab. Oop. Hey! So, this is the broken lever for the greenhouse. We don't have the greenhouse right now, but it means if we do, we're able to put that into the greenhouse and then enter the south-facing antechamber door. We just don't currently have access to that door. This puzzle is based off of the periodic table of elements, that if you know the different elements and what they are and count them in order, it'll spell flip 3, like, before 9, I think it is. But we need power first. Which this machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. So there is something called the boiler room that can give power to different rooms. You can tell if the room has power based off of this pipe. So if you actually notice, the weight room also can pass power along, because they have that pipe in there. But not every room can pass it along. But until we get the boiler room, there's not much we can do there. But this is another room with a terminal. And what this one lets you do is allows you to do experiments. To give random things in the house. So in this case, we select one from the left side, one from the right. So whenever we draft a hallway from another hallway, we can either spread dirt on the driveway, gain 1 key for every 2 hallways currently in your house, or gain 1 star. Or when we draft a red room, lose 5 steps and then get one of these 3. Or the next 3 times you open a locked trunk, get one of those 3. I'm going to cancel for now. We've currently already used 2 hallways. I think there's 4 or 5 other ones. Including the aquarium. I think there's 7 red rooms, including the aquarium. So we've already used 2. We don't only want to lose the 5 steps. Because we got the weight room, we are pretty precious on that. We haven't found any trunks. We don't have many keys to open said trunks. So this is unlikely to truly help. I do think on this side we want the gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house. Because you already have 2. So whenever we're able to get A to go by, we will gain a key. I do think that's the best, because you don't have a shovel for the dirt to matter. Stars doesn't really matter for us right now. Like, advancing it would be nice, but it's not that big of a deal. So we definitely want that. This would essentially let us open the trunk that we find for free, because you'd open the trunk and gain a key back. I do think that's the most likely to happen. Oh, well, I think this is the most likely to happen. I just don't want to lose the steps. So I'm going to do the trunks, because this combo will basically mean we open the trunk for free. So it's basically just, you enter the room, got a free gem or something. Gem, money, possibly even a key. So we'll go with that. Not the greatest experiment. But we can run that. Research logs. Oh, yeah, that's the history of all the stuff we did. We can cancel the experiment, but there's no reason to do that. Like I said, I'm ignoring the... being able to sign into other machines for now until we find a magnifying glass on a run. I'm gonna go through the pool and leave that door locked because you only have the one key. We know that the other side of the pool is a keycard door. So I want to do that one because it's the highest chance for us to be able to get to rank 8 for the dining room to matter. Because it's possible we go through the door that we're going in through the pool and it's locked by a regular key. Okay, yeah, that's empty. Okay. We can't get the passageway. We're not going north. This will hopefully get us some keys, while not being a dead end. Did one spawn in here? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, it's another keycard door at least. So, all of these lockers are locked. You can spend any extra keys you have to open these. And inside could be various items and stuff like that. We can only have a metal detector, so it doesn't seem like there's any coins or anything like that in any of them. But it's possible that there is. Okay. So this won't allow us to go up. We can't go into... Well, actually, no, we don't have a choice. We have to go with the terrace. Which is the dead end, which means we're now stuck only going through the door in the laboratory. We'll go inside, though. Got a banana. Did not get another key, though. Okay. I have to use the last key. The dark room is the only thing that will continue our run. And it's a keycard door, at least. But if there's an item in here, we can't pick it up because we can't actually see. Well, we have one choice. Don't know what it is. Furnace room. Do we have a... Okay, we don't have a shovel. We don't see anything in there. So I'm not going to waste this... actually, I will go in there because going in there will spawn the dining room. But there's nothing in here. So our run's done up here. But I'll show you what emptying the fountain did. So we want to go through the bumpus room. Also, I can't help but notice that I haven't found any keys, despite them being spread throughout the house, allegedly. Not that it actually really matters, because we have nowhere that we could possibly draft at this point. We are gonna have to go through the kitchen. Wait, are we? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, that would be out of the way. So we're not going to go through the kitchen. So we can... Okay, get a free key. Man, we'll get the shovel right now. Again, it doesn't actually matter. But there are some dig spots that we could potentially go through. That maybe it'll make it a little bit easier to explore and do what we did by draining the fountain. Yes. This way. And then this way. Okay. So, the reason we drained the fountain. There's a path down here. When you go to the bottom, you'll find this door. Oh, look, a door. We need a key. Not this key. You can't... This is similar to... It's not the silver key, or the key code, obviously. But you need a specific key in order to open this door. But in order to access that door, you need the fountain to be drained. But that means that's everything that we can do right now for today. So let's call it a day. Yeah, east-facing manor. Couldn't do anything on the west side. It's also very linear manor, by the way, because everything led to a dead end. Or had a single other exit that we could go to. But if you look, as we're zooming in on the next day, the fountain is still drained. So that's why I wanted to make sure that we had the fountain drained. Because if we get that door to get into the underground, we now have a way to open said door without requiring access to the pump room. But we might end up going a little bit long. I missed a few other sessions, so we'll do one more run. Let's go pantry. Let's go chapel. Let's start with the parlor. Get some gems. Okay. So, all 3 boxes are empty. That's false. This box and the blue box are empty. If this is true, gems are in black. The black box contains gems. If this is true, it's in the black box. So, both of these can be true. This has to be false. Importantly, though, if this is true, so if this is true, it means the gems have to be in the blue box. Which would mean that this would be false, meaning that the black box contains gems. And this is false. So that would mean that it would be in the blue. If this is false, this box and the blue box... Oh, hold on. If this is true, this box and the blue box are empty. So these two are empty, which means it's in black. This is true. This is in black. If this is false, then it means that this box and the blue box are empty, but it meant that it's false. One of these would contain the gems, but we know this is false. So in the case of here, the black box contains gems. If the gem would end up having to be in one of these boxes, that would make this false. And in that scenario, all three of these would be false. So these two have to be true, and both of these point to the gems being in black. Okay. I will use Courtyard. It's the only one that it uses one of our gems, but we're likely to get an item. No shovel? No. Sad. No shovel, no sledgehammer, no metal detector. Whip. Okay. So Den will allow us to go in two directions. That would take our last gem, only allowing us to go up, but would make it more likely for us to find gems. I'm gonna go with Den. There is a chest here, so if we find the sledgehammer, we can get items from that. Okay, for this way, I'm gonna use the guest bedroom so that I don't have to spend a gem. It's a dead end anyways. And we got a gem back. So now if we need 3 gems, we have it. Okay. Bedroom would be free. No matter what, we only have the one path. I'll go bedroom. Doesn't cost a step. We have car keys again. Okay. Hallway is the only way that doesn't lead to a dead end. Okay. Go with spare room. I thought about the secret passage, but I think spare room's better. Or not. So I think because we can enter through the chapel and the pantry, we'll have to go back down below. I think I actually prefer the dead end here. Because, yes, well, this gives us 2 keys. But the issue with this is, there are certain rooms that can only be opened by the north. Seeing those rooms would be great, except in this situation where said rooms lead to a dead end. So I'm going to go with the storeroom and then enter in through the chapel and pantry. But this might be a very quick run. we might already be... Oh! And we got the broken lever. We may already be cut out of drafting any rooms. Yes, this technically takes more steps, but in this case, we'll get food here, as well as money, so we break even, stepwise. We do have 4 gems. This will give us 1 to get us to 5. This would allow us to buy keys if we need to. Both go the direction we need. I'll get the commissary. Because we'll still have the 3 gems buffer. And we could buy gems if we need to. We could also get the sledgehammer if we want it. Not yet, we need another coin. But there was that 1 chest in the den that we could open to potentially get a gem and a key. But I'm not going to buy anything yet. I'm going to save my money in case we need a key. Okay. This will allow us to have 2 paths. We'll open... Yeah. Open this door first. Okay. I don't really want to use up one of these corners, but this is the first time we've seen the library. So like a nursery here is usually really good. I kind of want to keep 3 gems for safety. Arguably, this is still the better choice. I'm taking the library, though. Because we haven't run into the library yet. But from here, this is what I was talking about with the library. So this allows you to pick out 1 book each time. This pump system uses manual. That shows you how to use the pump room, which you can just see on the wall anyways. As far as I know, there's not really reason to get that. Everything else here, like drafting strategies, gives you like advice on like combos for different rooms that you can have. The fixed odds is what we saw in the observatory. Swimbird is another book written by our mom. But I believe this is the one that matters the most right now. I could be completely wrong with that. But we didn't have the book on that list that would help the office puzzle. But every time you enter the library, you can sign out 1 book, and it'll appear in the library the next time it's drafted. This allows you to see, like, so those postcards and pictures, we've looked at all of those at some point. Apparently, my favorite floor plan currently is the chapel. Yep, most time spent in the drawing room. Yeah, I wonder why. Contraptions I've made, none. We have bought the shovel, which is the largest purchase there. Yeah, observatory, Mount Harley. Most avoided floor plans, lavatory. It's probably always going to be the lavatory. Planetarium and walk-in closet. Notice all of them are dead ends. But this just gives you a record of everything you've done over the course of your playthrough, throughout runs, just random lore and stuff like that. This shows you like how many times you've played, how many days have passed, how many steps. Nothing else down here. Okay. Hopefully we can continue forward here. Gonna have to take the corridor, otherwise it's the dead end. Okay. Garage is new. It's currently a dead end. If we had flipped the utility box, it would allow us to do something. That even though it would end the run, I would say pick the garage. We can't do anything right now with that. Especially because we have the car keys. So we're gonna have to take the Nook. Just so that our run doesn't end. Okay, we have security. So both dining room and security only open one way. Because one of the doors goes in a different direction. I will go with security. Because we're getting to the point where keycard doors could be a thing. Just to set the system down to low. Okay. Oh, confirm. Unlock. Okay. We have that. Okay. We have to take the passageway. Because otherwise the run is dead. It uses all of our gems, though. So I will... We could buy gems from the commissary. Yeah, I think I'm gonna... I should have done that before walking into the room. So we would have saved 2 steps. But I am gonna buy a couple gems. Because we have a little buffer of keys. We'll likely need more keys as well. But a lot of the rooms that have more than one doors cost gems. So, let's get 2 of those. Okay. Let's go this way first. Okay, we can go drawing room. Which will give us 1 path. Archive, which will give us 2. This costs a gem, but we get the gem back. Because we solved that save. So the gem cost doesn't matter. We're not taking the gymnasium, because you'd only get the 1 path as well. I think I'll take archives, though. Even though it makes it harder, but just that way we have the extra door. But this does also give us more info. Popular children's writer Marian Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book Swimbird, which we had the opportunity to grab from the library, had been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning this prestigious honor. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort. She was no stranger to the public eye even before her literary success. The niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair, Mary began using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political association that one might make with the Sinclair family. That was in August 22nd of 85. January 27th of 86. Swimbird author never considered herself success. She confided, "My son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I'd always challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime. And so as we ran out of books we owned, my imagination had to take over from there." Marigold had elaborated in her previous interviews that her debut book, Red Prince, is based on her son and his inflexible love of the color red. A statement that has been held with much skepticism by the many pundits that viewed that book as a rather thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard questioned. Caleb Manning and his publisher Philip White were two of 36 names that appeared on a leaked dossier naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility of the attack, it is widely believed by authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also called themselves the Children of Black Water. Buffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality Marian Marigold has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner Buffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, who Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. Was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under the wave down a local man. This is the third major last year. It is anticipated charged by the Crown. Manning was the last. The trial began on Tuesday. Expect to last up to something with grand treason. In 87, no trace is discovered of Cinca heiress, but search continues. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marian Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home, and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned, but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point, and we are seeking information. So our mom went missing in 87 and has not been seen since. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Ares have broken into one of the Crown-fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to those outside noble circles. At least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds dredging for clues. The museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guards, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumored to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Ovinda Aries. The priceless crown jewel, whose material worth pales in comparison to the historic value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. So, interesting that our mother went missing, and then a few months later, jewels have gone missing, as well as we saw that note about our mother doing something illegal. I'm just going to leave it at that for now. We can't do anything here, do we? No, we don't have the key card this one. So even though I turned that down, can't go through that door. So we can go through here. This would use all our gems. This is the dead end, so we're not taking that. We don't know if this is the dead end or not. We have at least one other path, so I prefer to hold on to the gems. Okay, so utility closet. Honestly, that's for the best, because it means we can now get into that keycard door. Because we have that turned off. I'm gonna keep that as low for now. Okay, let's go dining room. So this is a room that costs 1. So this could be the aquarium. It could be another room, like it could be the planetarium. It's the dead end. So I'm gonna take the observatory. Of course, could have been the drawing room, which would have technically not cost us a gem. Oh yeah, today's day 4. We get a gem back by going this way as well. Okay. It's going to cost us a gem no matter what. We don't have money for food. I'm going to go with this and hope it's the aquarium so that we get 2 paths. It's not. It's the nursery. Well. Down to a single path again. Well, dead end, or unknown. Into the unknown. Dead end. Well, at least we get to see the planetarium now. So this shows us the stars, like I mentioned before. This actually gives us more information than before, because like if you remember before, I said day 6, there was no specific constellation, so it'd be previous ones to add up to 6. Now we know on day 6 it will be Diamondus Minor and the twins, so we'll gain a gem, like we got today, and then 2 chests in the front hall. So this lets you know all about that. And it shows you the breakdown for all of the different ones that you get going forward, up to 25. Then it skips to 29, where we know that both Diamondus Minor and Major will be in the same sky. So when we get 29 stars, we'll be able to... Diamondus Major gave us 5 gems. Diamondus Minor gives us 1, so we'll gain 6 gems on the 29th star. Dominus Major is at 11. So that's 15. So we'll get other stuff as well, because that's 15 out of the 29. On day 40, there will be 7 different constellations on that day. And day 50, there's another constellation that seemingly we haven't even heard anything about. But that's all you get from this room. There's nothing else here at all. Can't interact with this. So yeah, this is literally just a dead end and tells you, it's like, hey, if you write this down, you'll see what you get in the observatory going forward. That is why I was saying, it's like, if I was to advise you on whether to take the planetarium or not, I would say not to do so early, because you don't really get anything for it. It's just another potential dead end you could end up drawing. There might be something very later on where you want this on, but at least early on, there's no reason to get the planetarium. It's just a negative. It's basically a red room without having the benefits of red rooms. But yeah, that's gonna be it. We're locked out. Can't draw any other rooms. Yeah. I guess we'll call it a day. I thought that one would go a bit longer than I mentioned before, but it actually worked out pretty well with the regular time for the end of my schedule. So we'll end here. I probably will come back eventually to play more of this. It won't be for a while. Because next week, I'm hoping I can continue on with the regular playthroughs of Atelier Ryza and Mass Effect. Like I said, the main reason why I didn't want to play Ryza today was mostly, A, because I was tired from shoveling. So I didn't really want a lot of story. But it's also because, like I said, I knew if I played today, my next session wouldn't be till Tuesday. So it's better hold off, wait till Tuesday so I'm not sitting as long in between. But next week will be a bit shorter of a week. So it's like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I should still be streaming as normal. Saturday I will not be. I'm visiting family. But then, so it's like Atelier Ryza will only be Tuesday and Thursday next week, with Mass Effect being Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The week after that is the week of Christmas. I might stream 1 or 2 days during that week. I haven't decided yet, but I do know that specifically Christmas Day I obviously won't be able to. Christmas Eve I likely won't be able to. Let's look at the... Yeah, so it's the Wednesday, Thursday, not next week, but the week after. For sure, I won't be streaming. I don't know about the 23rd. The 22nd, I should be able to stream. And the 26th, I should be able to stream. Unless I'm too exhausted from hanging out with family and friends during the Christmas season for the 26th. So that one's a little bit more up in the air. 22nd should be in. But I might return to this on the 22nd for that reason. Similar to the reason with Ryza today. Because that will be a Mass Effect day. But it means that chances are the next day I'd be able to stream Mass Effect would be the 29th. So if I'm returning to this, the earliest I'll be returning to this would like to be the 22nd. But it might be even later than that. Because this will just be like a plug and play playthrough as I go. It's like I don't feel like playing one of the main series this day, or I finish a series but I want to start the next one that fills that slot on like a Monday. I'll plug this in for like that week. That's what this will be. But that'll be it for today. I want to thank you all for joining. And I'll see you next time. Bye.